Now that all the council members are present, I call to order the November 6th meeting of the City of West Sacramento City Council and the West Sacramento Redevelopment Agency and Finance Authority. We will begin with the land acknowledgement. We would like to acknowledge that the land on which we live, work, learn, and commune is the original homelands of the indigenous people of West Sacramento, who have stewarded this land throughout the generations. We acknowledge and we thank the original inhabitants who have occupied, maintained, and secured this place, and who still exist on this land amongst us. We respect and celebrate the many diverse indigenous peoples still connected to this land on which we gather. And the council met in closed session this evening on the agenda items listed. Mr. City Attorney, would you please provide a report?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council met in closed session for the two items listed on the agenda. No reportable action was taken.
All right, thank you, Mr. City Attorney. We would like to invite our guests to stand and join council and staff in the pledge, which will be led by Commander Leo Alatorre. Please come to the podium and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. As is noted on our agenda, City Council is prohibited by state law from discussing or taking any action on items that are brought up under item 1 for public comment. But it provides an important opportunity for a public forum. The public is given an opportunity at this time to address City Council on issues not listed on the agenda, and we do ask that anyone wishing to address the council on this or any other item this evening to please fill out a request to speak card, which is on the ledge there behind the people, and return it to the clerk, and the clerk will raise her hand. There's plenty of people there. Thank you. And the cards can be presented upon conclusion of the reading of the staff report on any particular agenda item. Once the staff report has been read and we open the item up for public comment, the clerk will announce your name for you to walk up to the podium to speak. Now, in front of the clerk, there is a timer to ensure that everyone has a chance to be heard, and we ask that all comments be limited to the specified number of minutes. Also in front of the clerk is an analog flip chart, which indicates which agenda item the council is currently considering. Now, we also recognize that for some, speaking in public can cause anxiety, so we request that there be no applause or boos, catcalls, or other vocal form or physical gestures, no clapping, any other form of demonstrations. Furthermore, so that we may maintain a civil discourse here in the chambers, we ask that those in attendance and those who address the City Council abide by the code of conduct posted and not speak in loud, threatening, offensive, abusive, or other disrespectful language that disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise impedes the disorderly conduct of this meeting. Now, this brings us to item 1 on presentations by the public on matters not on the agenda within the jurisdiction of the council, and each person has 30 minutes to speak. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
Yes, ma'am. Pat Flint.
Welcome, Ms. Flynn. It's been a while.
Mayor and council members, I just want to say I am requesting that item 17 be moved to a future date until the public is heard and they receive answers to their questions. I hope you all had time to go over the many pages that this development has created. I expect all of us to act with respect, and most of all, you as council members call for public workshops, such as the skate park, Sacramento Avenue, and other workshops we had in 2008 regarding this very development. 16 years ago was a lifetime ago. Many changes have happened. And respect that those impacts affect us every day, residents of this town. And so I'm asking you to listen to what we have to say, to meticulously remind you that it being on the agenda for approval tonight is ridiculous, and that I hope that you will move it to a future date. And I hope that you stick to your promise with Measure O passing to police and fire, because they are a very important part of this community and our first responders, and they deserve everything that they ask for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Flint.
Guy Stevenson.
I don't know, Mayor, City Council member, sorry. I don't know whether Measure O passed, don't care. All I do care about is the community, and people don't need to be paying more taxes. If the city was doing their job in enforcing the law over here with these vendors selling food, we brought it up the last time, that don't have a license, that don't have permits, and they're not paying taxes to the city, maybe if you were enforcing these laws, they would be paying taxes. You people would have money. See, I look at it this way, and Aaron ain't gonna like this. I think that you people have money, but you like to spend it. You spend a lot of it for nonsense, and nothing seems to get done. Sacramento Avenue, how long have you guys been talking about paving that road and expanding it? Or how about the enforcement out here on Industrial? Or how about down here? Young kid gets hit, gets killed last week. And that's not the first time. I mean, you people talk so good, what most politicians do, but they need to quit talking and start doing. No offense, I'm not trying to disrespect any of you, but it doesn't make any sense that you guys want to tax people to death. And some of these people they're barely surviving from one meal to the next. My attitude is, if you don't have the money, don't spend it. And quit moving it around from department to department to department. And as far as the food vendors out here on West Capitol, that is a health department, that's a code enforcement problem, and it's also a state enforcement problem. Why you people don't get this stuff done and go after these people that do it? Because they're making all profit. And those people, some of them make $200 or $300, $400 a day. You know what I mean? And then they get food poisoning. And food poisoning, like I told you, Dante, earlier, it will kill you. If somebody takes it and gets food poisoning, gets that bacteria in their stomach, it could kill them. And I'm just asking you, if you people want to do what you want to do, that's fine. I don't expect anything less. And like I told you before, and I'll tell you again, after doing many years in the military, I do not care whether anybody in this building likes me. Don't care. Because I'm not here to make friends, be buddies, and all that. I'm here to address something, and hopefully you people, it'll get through your head, and you guys will work on it. Thank you very much, and God bless all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson.
Tom Morrow.
Thanks for listening to me. Last time I was before you was 2008, and we were talking about the same thing, and that's what's going on Jefferson Boulevard, and probably going to make this city have a little spasm of growth disturbance while the streets are built and the subdivision starts. But it is ready to rock and roll. And I was out there today with my dog, walking on the levee and looking out over the property. And it is such a beautiful place for people to live. I've lived in West Sacramento for 30 years, had a business here for 40. This is a good place for people. And it's time now for Yarborough to be sharing some of that with the people that would love to move to West Sacramento and make that their home. I'm for that project. So I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morrow.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
just a reminder to the audience, this is the time for public comments on items that are not on the agenda. Comments on items on the agenda will be taken when that agenda comes up.
Thank you. So just a reminder to the audience, as the city attorney has raised, that if you do bring up a public comment, I'm going to ask you to wait until we come up to the agenda item and then bring up your comment at that point in time. In case anybody has, you can take a pass with the clerk if she raises your name until that. And if you would like to have a request to speak card submitted, you can do so now for that agenda item in case you submitted a public comment card regarding item 16 and 17, which is for the appeal and for the developer agreement. You can present that card now instead of bringing it up in public comment. All right, thank you.
Ray Perez.
Make sure then you get a request to speak card for that.
Both are checked. Just item 16 then? Kimber Goddard.
Good evening. I have earlier made an objection that the items this evening, 16 and 17, be moved to the front of the agenda instead of 15 consent items later under the California Brown Act. The Brown Act guarantees the public's right to be informed of, attend, and participate in meetings of local legislative bodies, particularly on issues of this magnitude. 663 pages this time to read in 2 days, 1,100 pages when the Planning Commission addressed the Yarborough project. Very difficult for the public to be able to consume that, come down, give any kind of informed public input. In addition, Brown Act Section 54953 demands compliance with Section 202 of the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990. This act provides that we make a special dispensation for disabled, infirm, elderly. Some of us can't see at night, that would be me. Those who have a lot to do in the morning, that's everybody. But putting a matter of the magnitude of the reason that people are here tonight at the very end of this agenda causes, and I've already heard, some of my witnesses have to go home. They can't stay. They got to leave at 8. You're not even getting underway by 8. I'm going to make one more request that in accordance with the Brown Act, open meeting laws, fairness to the public, and respect to the public, that you move those items at the beginning. Put your consent items on the end. The public comes first. The public is why you're there. To have them sit, get tired, can't go home. Kids got to get up in the morning. They got to work. They need more respect than that. And this is a continuing objection. It's like the third time I've issued this objection to this council in writing. So my first request would be, let's move the matter that almost everybody is here for now and get it over with so they can get home. It's a great thing that they're here. I respect that greatly. I'm impressed. The democratic process requires that we respect and appreciate people who will come out here and speak their piece to you. Public input is a treasure. I hope you'll treasure it.
Thank you, Mr. Goddard.
Jeff Davis. Robin Davis.
Hello, I'm Robin, and I live in my 160 square foot semi-off-grid tiny home on wheels on my undeveloped residential property here in West Sacramento. I wanted to share a short quote by Wole Soyinka that states, "The greatest threat to freedom is the absence of criticism." This reminds us that true liberty is the ability and the courage to question and challenge the status quo. Freedom thrives when ideas are scrutinized, when voices are raised, and when we remain open to different perspectives. It is through thoughtful, constructive, and respectful criticism that we safeguard our rights to improve our community and ensure that we do not become complacent. Let us embrace and acknowledge our critics, as it allows for a more open mind, a foundation for progress, and guards our freedom. The tiny home movement is strong, but it is not without its critics. We welcome opposition as it helps to educate all sides of the conversation. So we will continue to reiterate the many benefits, both socially and aesthetically, while being open to adjustments. I want to make clear we are advocating for an ordinance that includes tiny homes on wheels, hooking up to city utilities, skirting the wheels, and maintaining building standards that will be monitored by code enforcement just like every other type of housing. Tiny homes on wheels are less invasive and not permanent fixtures, so their mobility ensures that they can be relocated if needed, which gives them an inherent flexibility that traditional housing does not. This flexibility allows for them to be moved to better suit other locations as neighborhoods or the housing market evolves. Tiny homes on wheels are more energy efficient than traditional homes, which align with the broader community goals of sustainability. The smaller size means they can be placed in more compact areas, reducing urban sprawl and preserving green space, in contrast to sprawling, resource-intensive developments such as the one being discussed tonight. Tiny homes offer a model for green living that can enhance a neighborhood's environmental character. Tiny homes on wheels should not simply be dismissed as a blight, but seen through a more creative lens where neighborhoods can promote freedom of choice and adaptability. This fosters a more resilient population of residents by creating an additional safety net for families to uplift each other in a more dignified way and less reliance on government. I also want to stress that this is not the solution nor the exclusive solution to house our unhoused population, but represents a wide variety of people seeking more affordable, flexible, and minimalist living, from young adults looking to escape high housing costs, to retirees downsizing for a simpler life, to environmental enthusiasts. The tiny home movement crosses demographic lines and is in no way limited to one specific group. So let's continue to provide each other respectful criticism to keep the city progressing and our freedoms intact. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Scott Rafferty.
I'm here tonight to congratulate the city and to congratulate all of you. You've completed district elections, and 3 of you have just been reelected, apparently. I know the results aren't final. And the 4th of you put up a strong fight, and you can stay on the council, which seems to be a good solution. But we need to get this behind us. I saved you a lot of money. This effort means that council elections permanently the costs will be reduced in half. And we didn't have the ballot question. We got a court order against that, and that saved a lot of money for the city. But when you have to go enforce an agreement, I don't let there be an illegal map anywhere. Not here, not Ontario, not Santa Clarita. And I had to enforce this agreement. We spent an entire month organizing the neighborhood, arguing to the judge, and we won. And why he thought we weren't going to get attorney's fees, I'm not quite clear. But this morning, the Court of Appeal in Ontario, in Robles v. Ontario, published a decision, so it can be relied on here, that is on all fours. You will be paying attorney's fees for the work I did 2 years ago that benefited this city greatly. Your choice tonight, and only for a couple days, is whether you want to pay attorney's fees for the appeal. Because I've hired an appellate lawyer who's a lot more expensive than I am, $1,300 an hour. And that clock's going to start moving, and you're not going to win this appeal. So for the sake of the city, and for the economies of it, and frankly, because you have a great map. You have a great map. Every neighborhood in this city has a spokesperson, has an expert, has a negotiator on this council. And that's just going to make life better in the city on all these issues. And you're going to get, you have a 4-year mayor. You used to have 4 people with the exact same job of being right for everybody all the time. Now you've got 4 experts. And you've got a mayor who has 4 years to lead the council and have an agenda. It's just such an improvement. And let's get this over with. It's more economical to solve the small fee problem of what we did in June 2022 than to have this mushroom into something bigger. And I think my client's going to talk a little bit more about this, but voter turnout, I was a lousy year, frankly, compared to 2020, but voter turnout has improved dramatically in the North. Why? Because people are knocking on the doors saying, this is why it matters to this neighborhood, why you need to vote. And that increases the power of the entire city in legislative races and county races. It's good for democracy. So on this day of all days, when we're fighting for democracy in our country, please do the right thing and get this finished. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Rafferty.
I have copies for each of you.
You can provide it to the clerk. Thank you.
David Weller.
Mr. Weller, I also have a, I have your written.
Yes, separate.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So I'm here right now as far as potholes. Potholes are failing roads. I have damage done to my vehicle. I have followed your procedure. You have not followed your own procedure. Where it says that your insurance company will investigate, they did not investigate. They simply denied. It also says that if it is denied, it will come back to City Council for a final denial. It has not happened. This occurred back in January. It's been submitted. You have not done a final rejection. Because of that, again, you have been notified. It's been emailed. Sheriff's is also sending it as far as for the lawsuit for summons. Here's also the court clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Weller.
Pat Weaver.
Hello, council members, Madam Mayor. Thanks for having me. I remember 4 years ago being on a Zoom call for the first comments coming after the last election. So it's such a pleasure to see so many people engaged here in person today. I'm here to discuss a matter said in public, done in private. Said in public, done in private. I've been following closely the city's end of the moratorium on cannabis retail in the city of West Sacramento. And I was alerted to it over 2.5 years ago by an out-of-town bigwig lawyer who made an offer on our real estate pending the council's approval of the end of the retail moratorium. I followed every council meeting, every agenda item, every single item that came before the city. And I listened to all of you say that there would be no undue restrictions on the retail cannabis zoning. Publicly, privately, the city planning department made a green zone, which was not discussed in council meetings. It was not approved as part of a public meeting that I was aware of. That excluded a number of property owners, including myself, from participation in that program permanently and completely. As a gerrymandering decision that has dire impacts on the people not allowed to participate and the end of a prohibition on a drug that has imprisoned millions of people unjustly and hurt the economics of many of our communities. And now, unilaterally, somebody in the city can make zones that exclude a normally commercial available property available for this use to now not be available for this use. A new prohibition immediately at the end of the last prohibition. using government state funding to tilt up an operator who will specifically be excluded from addresses that your planning department gerrymandered and excluded from this rightful participation in this new economy. I implore each of you to look at that practice very closely and open up the zoning for all property owners in the city who have commercially zoned property to host retail cannabis dispensaries in their community. Thank you.
Thank you.
The Latino Information and Resource Center.
Good evening. Good evening, Maria Grijalva here on behalf of the Latino Information and Resource Center. I'd like to enter into public record this new court ruling that Scott Rafferty just showed us. Many of us might not be familiar, but I'm going to just briefly remind everybody that back in 2018, I requested that we switch to district elections, and in June 2022, the courts ruled in our favor under the Fair Maps Act. And so regarding the enforcement of this agreement, it's a shame that who else but the city attorney and the city manager would fight to not pay my attorney. The school district spent $30,000 to bring district elections into being. The city council has spent an enormous amount of money bringing district elections. All of us have seen the benefit of district elections. Just yesterday, we all saw the benefit of district elections. And in 2020, 3/4 of the votes came from the South and at large elections, and only 1/4 of those votes came from the North. Well, now it's only 2/3 of the vote are coming from the South. And so now we have greater participation in the North, which means greater participation in the county elections, state elections, and national elections. And that's an example of why district elections work. There's no reason that we should keep accumulating the amount that is owed to the attorney. This is one reason why we needed a change in administration. We all know that it was Councilmember Orozco, Early, and Suplivio that voted to not pass the map and all of this, and ended up costing millions and millions of dollars. Not millions, but too much money. Of course, the one that benefited the most was the attorneys. Their pockets were nice and fat. And that was one benefit to the city attorney, is that they made more billing hours for themselves. And so it's important that the public knows all of this. And so I hope that my attorney is paid for what he is due. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Grijalva.
We have no additional requests to speak on this item.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Closing the public hearing. Bringing us next under item 2 is our presentation. Under the City Manager's Office, we have our presentation of a proclamation honoring November 11th, 2024 as Veterans Day. And what I'd like to do is bring the local VFW Commander Leo Alatorre and anybody who is a veteran here present to participate in receiving the proclamation to the podium. And I think, Leo, if you have a little comment to say, I'm going to read the proclamation. I would like for you to present any comments. And I know just we have a hearing. I know this is a difficult, challenging agenda that we have. But we'll see you out at the parade as well. So just come on up, and I'm going to read this, and then we will go down to take a photo. That's okay? All right. All right. And To the proclamation of the City Council of City of West Sacramento honoring November 11th as Veterans Day. Whereas America's veterans have bravely defended our country, its values, and its interests since our nation's founding, defeating tyrants, eliminating threats, and safeguarding freedom at home and abroad. And whereas veterans of our armed forces have fought selflessly to secure our democratic freedoms, serving to protect the rights of all citizens. And whereas these soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Coast Guardmen have placed the lives, well-being, and security of others above their own, allowing us to enjoy the peace, prosperity, and freedoms as we have today. And whereas our community owes an immense debt of gratitude to our veterans that can never fully be repaid, and whereas out of love for their country and dedication to duty, Americans veterans have endured hardship, loneliness, fatigue, and loss, making sacrifices beyond measure. And whereas for their love of their country and dedication to duty, America's veterans have endured adversity, loneliness, fatigue, loss, and made other incredible sacrifices. And whereas on Veterans Day, we pause to honor all those who have worn our nation's uniform with pride, and whereas the 2024 theme, A Legacy of Loyalty and Service, celebrates the privilege of protecting our way of life and the U.S. Constitution. And whereas in West Sacramento, the Veterans of Foreign Wars, Post 8762, fosters camaraderie among U.S. veterans of overseas conflicts and advocates tirelessly on behalf of all veterans. And whereas the vision of the VFW Post 8762 is to ensure veterans are recognized for their sacrifices they and their families have made on behalf of this great country. And whereas VFW Post 8762 has been dedicated part of the West Sacramento community for 77 years, and now therefore be it proclaimed that the City Council of West Sacramento express both its gratitude to the VFW 8762 and supports the 2024 West Sacramento Veterans Day Parade, urging all members of the community to join in honoring its veterans, proclaimed this November 6, 2024. And Commander Alatorre, if you could present your comments, that would be great. Thank you.
First and foremost, I want to thank council members and mayor for constantly supporting the Veterans of Foreign War 8762. I'm one of the younger members there, so seeing more younger members come into the building has been very refreshing. We have our local vet that we support at all times. Some of the members in the VFW only have the VFW, and it's up to me and our generation to hold ourselves accountable and honor them for their sacrifices. We have a Korean vet, Vietnam vets, and my generation, the Iraqi war vets and Afghanistan vet. We have to be there for them as much as they were for us. And without the support of the community and the council, I don't think it would be where it's at. So I just want to thank you guys for it.
Thank you, Commander. And we will go down for a photograph, but I would like to invite any, even including staff, veterans, to please come up and take a photo with us. Next, under item 3 is presentation of proclamation recognizing October 2024 as Filipino History Month. And Councilwoman Orozco, would you please present the proclamation?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Filipino Heritage Month is celebrated in October. However, our city council did not have a scheduled meeting in October, so the best we can do is the first week and the first meeting of November. This month commemorates the very first recorded arrival of Filipinos in the continental United States, which occurred on October 18th, 1587, when they landed in what is now known as Morro Bay. Years ago, in the 1920s, my grandpa Carino came from the Philippines from San Fernando, La Union, to California to work in the River Delta areas of Cortland and Walnut Grove. And since then, our city council in the city of West Sacramento has recognized and has been honored with 3 Filipino servant leaders, including Mark Montemayor, our former mayor Christopher Cabaldan, and now myself. We want to commemorate Filipino American History Month, being every October as an annual proclamation. I'd like to, at this point, invite David Santiago and Greg Garcia up to the podium, please. And as they're approaching, I'll read a couple of the lines from the proclamation. Whereas Filipino American History Month is celebrated nationwide in October to honor the history, achievements, and invaluable contributions of Filipino Americans and to celebrate their rich cultural heritage and traditions. And whereas we are deeply proud of the Filipino American community in West Sacramento, who have contributed immensely to business owners, educators, doctors, lawyers, civic leaders, and elected officials, enhancing our city's growth, economic vitality, and community spirit. Whereas Filipino cultural traditions from vibrant festivals to world-renowned cuisine have introduced and enriched our community with flavors, values, customs, and that strengthen our shared experience and understanding. And whereas Filipino American Month provides an opportunity for all West Sacramento residents to learn more about the contributions and cultural legacy of Filipino Americans and to recognize the essential role they have played in creating our dynamic and inclusive community. So now, therefore, be it resolved that City Council of West Sacramento does hereby proclaim October 2024 as Filipino American History Month in the City of West Sacramento and encourage our community to join in the celebration of Filipino heritage, traditions, and accomplishment. Proclaim the 6th day of November 2024. And Brother David Santiago, I see you have a very nice barong there. Please feel free to give a few comments at the podium.
Thank you, City Council, for having us and the proclamation, of course. And first off, thank you for embracing our most important thing in Filipino culture, which is Filipino time. Even though Filipino History Month was last month, or November, us Filipinos are right on schedule. So, Mayor, council members, truly honored here to be standing here representing the Sacramento Filipino Political Action Committee on behalf of the Filipino Americans in the community. And I want to thank the city for recognizing the contributions, history, culture of Filipino Americans in West Sacramento. This acknowledgement is a powerful reminder of how important it is to celebrate the rich diversity that makes up our shared American history. As Ms. Karina said, Larry Itleong had fought alongside Cesar Chavez, Dolores Huerta for farm workers, healthcare, education, the arts, military services, and more. I don't know if anybody knew, but 1/5 of all registered nurses in California are Filipino. One of them being my late mom, and also my dad, who was also 20 plus years in the submarine, who was served time during the Cuban crisis. This is an opportunity for us to honor the resilience, hard work, and enduring spirit that define our community and to recognize the sacrifices made by so many. Here in California, Filipinos continue to strive and serve communities as well as represent in governmental positions with historic wins this election. Christopher Cabaldan, now the first Phil-Am State Senator of California. Jessica Coza, the first Filipino-American woman in the California Assembly. And of course, our very own Sackville PAC endorsed Karina Orozco for her re-election. In recognition of Filipino-American History Month, let us continue to foster understanding and unity by recognizing the contributions of all cultures. We build a community where everyone feels seen, valued, respected. Hopefully, we can introduce recognition in schools for Filipino-American History Month, as well as introduce organizations such as PNDA, the Philippine National Day Association, Board Chair Greg Garcia, whose mission and purpose is to carry out educational, cultural, and art programs that empower the community. The only data I could find as far as Filipinos in West Sacramento is that it sounds like we make up 2.5% West Sacramento. and we hope that grows as me and my family continue to call this place home. Not sure how accurate that is, but I definitely come across more Filipinos than when I first moved out here in West Sacramento in 2000. And since the West Sac is dedicated to growing and flourishing, including promoting diversity, if I may make a suggestion on bringing Filipinos out here, you can bring a Jollibees out here. It'd be like a smoke signal to all Filipinos who come out to the area. That would be awesome. But thank you once again for this proclamation. We are grateful for this recognition, and we look forward to continuing to build a future together, which our shared history and collective contributions inspire the next generation. Thank you very much.
All right, next we have our consent agenda items 4 through 15. And to address the concerns that Mr. Goddard had presented to us, what I am going to ask the council is if there are any items that they would like more than a minute question, discussion, comment on any of the agenda items, that we will move them after item 17. And if not, we will take up the consent agenda item. I will also ask the clerk that if there are any requests for public comment on any of these agenda items, that we can move that to items 16 and 17.
We have no request to speak on any of the consent agenda items.
Okay. And so, yes, Councilmember Alcala.
I was going to move.
Oh, you were going to move. Okay.
Early second.
Early seconds? Okay. And with that, I'll accept so, Madam Clerk, Councilmember Alcala moved and Mayor Pro Tem Early seconded. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Sulpicio Hull.
Aye.
Councilmember Alcala.
Aye.
Councilmember Orozco.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Early.
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero.
Aye. All right, the consent agenda is approved. All right, we move now to item 16 under the public hearing, which we have the Yarborough appeal, and we have a couple of procedures we would like to take up. And first is we would like to bring up, well, actually, the witness from your chair and any other witnesses to this appeal. If you could please stand. Mr. Goddard, do you have any other witnesses joining you in presenting today? They could all stand. Thank you. And if you can please raise your right hand, I'm going to ask you to take this oath. I do have one question to the attorney. I will say the oath and then they say I do. What is that? They agree. That's what they say. Great, thank you. Okay, so I will say the oath now, and then after that, raise your right hand, and then after that, you can say you agree. To all those about to give testimony in these proceedings, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state under penalty of perjury that the evidence that you shall give in this issue or matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You agree? All right, thank you. You sit. Next, I will read the Yarborough Appeal Hearing Procedure Summary. It's a little lengthy, so I will read it slowly so everybody can understand. The City Council's adopted hearing procedure policy, Roman numeral 3-A-3, requires that the mayor read a summary of the procedures into the record. The following is that summary, which can also serve as a script for the hearing process. So the mayor will open the hearing. The mayor will ask all members of the council to publicly announce any testimony or evidence received outside of the hearing process as part of our ex parte communication. And I'll ask for that after I conclude this part. The mayor will ask all council members to announce any conflicts of financial interest with a material effect, and member shall disqualify herself. The mayor will specify the time of the appellant and applicant, if applicable, has for his or her presentation and rebuttal. Mr. Goddard is the appellant, who will be given 20 minutes to present his appeal. The applicant will be given 10 minutes to respond. Staff will present the staff report, place relevant documents into the record, and respond to questions from the City Council. Staff may present any testimony and relevant evidence not previously presented in the written report. Evidence is relevant if it proves or disproves a material fact in dispute. Appellant will present testimony and relevant evidence. The applicant will present testimony and relevant evidence. Members of the public will be given the opportunity to present testimony. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. Appellant and applicant will have an opportunity to respond to testimony or evidence, but not introduce new testimony or evidence or restate direct testimony. Responses will be limited to 5 minutes. Staff may provide responses to testimony received from the appellant, applicant, public, and may be asked to answer questions from the City Council. The mayor will close or continue the hearing, and the City Council will deliberate on the matter and adopt findings if appropriate. The final decision may be deferred for preparation of draft findings consistent with the preliminary decision. Yes, Mr. Goddard?
Any further proceedings that are outstanding in front of you? There are motions to omit documents that were late filed. Are you aware of the motions? Motions to strike? Submitted them a week ago.
I would like to ask for one question, which is a part of the procedure. Actually, 2 questions, which to the council before we begin. Any ex parte communication among the council members on this item on the agenda with any ex parte? I would like to share that I did, when I campaigned, speak with members of the public around their residence about the Yarborough project, and also spoke with the applicant about this agenda item coming before us as a procedure, letting them know that it was coming before us and that, just to be available for that date. And I have no conflict of financial interest, just to make sure that their council can relay that there's no conflict of financial interest.
Mayor,
Councilmember Alcala.
if I may, Mayor, I have received communications from members of the public just with questions, which I actually have quite a few of, but that's been about the extent. I have also no financial interest whatsoever.
Yes, Mayor Protem.
So we've received emails from, I think, Kimmer. Did I say that right?
My first name is Kimber. My last name is Goddard.
Yes. So I don't know if that actually counts, but we have received
We have
emails.
received it, but yes, but we didn't, I didn't exchange.
Not
any.
subsequent.
I didn't exchange.
Excuse me, not subsequent to the filing of my appeal. I haven't addressed any of you directly by any means, email or otherwise. But prior to that, that's true.
Yes. So just want to make sure we're
Sure.
sharing all, and then also have spoken to many community members across both districts.
Councilmember Rose, could you want to say something?
I don't have any ex parte communications regarding this matter with either the appellant or any other parties that may or may not be here to give. Only have received communications by email that have been copied to each of the council members, so there have been no individual.
Oh, and I have no financial, I don't have the,
Likewise.
Conflict of interest, financial interest.
yes. And the same.
Okay, thank you. I also remember that I did give an interview to a news station about the Yarborough project as it was going through the Planning Commission.
I waive any motion for conflict that I would offer. I accept all of your
Okay, thank you.
positions in the matter.
All right, please continue.
Just as a point of order, for the sake of the witnesses that I have here tonight, in item 4A, which I just received when I walked in, which is a different structure than the one that your appeal manual follows, I have 20 minutes to present my appeal. And my question is, does that include my witnesses, or may they be speaking in item 8, where the appellant will present testimony and relevant evidence?
8 minutes?
Oh.
8?
It would be,
Look to number 8?
he's
3
correct,
minutes,
it would
yes.
be item 8 is where
Item
they
8,
would.
That
thank
would
you.
be under item 8,
So
correct.
witnesses will speak in item 8, thank you. And then the other question that I have is the two motions to strike that I have submitted under Municipal Code Section 1.08.070. The applicant, his attorneys filed late documents. 10 days was the rule before the hearing. 10 days before the hearing, not on the 10th day. The applicant attorneys have filed their very large, difficult to understand and read brief, 9 days actual before this hearing and 6 business days before the hearing, although your code doesn't say which, they haven't achieved either. So I ask your decision on that matter before we proceed as to whether their document will be quashed tonight and not entered into the record.
I think that the council itself has broad discretion. This is a more of an informal hearing. It doesn't follow the formal rules of evidence that you would see in a typical court setting. Therefore, the council has the right to accept any evidence that it might find relevant where it may be applicable to the particular facts. Additionally, I think under the code sections, various civil codes and California rules of codes dictate that in determining that particular date, you have to take into consideration that 10 days, whether it falls on a holiday or a weekend, that 10th day. And if that's the case, you would logically go to the next available business day. So I think they are within that time, as stated, but even if they weren't, I think that the informal nature of this particular hearing allows the council to accept any evidence presented.
May I? I absolutely agree. Can you identify yourself?
Ryan Raftery. I'm an independent counsel here to advise the city council on the process for
Thank
the hearing.
you. I don't disagree with his analysis, except they are actually late. But certainly I've realized that you would probably waive that, and you can, and so I figured you probably would. And if you do, then I'm sure you'll want to relax some of those same exceptions with respect to my time frame tonight. With 20 minutes is absurd to be able to present this appeal. I could have taken 2 hours, but 20 minutes, that's not going to follow your other sections of the code, which say that under 1.08.060, that all necessary parties, that's me, shall be offered a reasonable opportunity to present all relevant facts, applicable laws, evidence, and analysis. And the parties, that's me, will be given an opportunity to present their facts, law, evidence, and analysis. That's not going to be a fair statement of time for what's necessary in a very complex case, an examination of an environmental impact report. So I'll do my best. I just ask that if I get to that juncture and it's looking grim, that you'll extend my time as you will likely extend the courtesy of letting the applicant's attorneys submit a late document.
I would like to ask Mr. Rafferty, do we need to waive anything at this point?
To waive any,
The
times? No,
No, I'm talking about, you mentioned about having to waive the submission of the documents.
if he's of the opinion, his position is that the document is not within the 10 days.
Mm-hmm.
And so the council itself in trying to look at all the evidence, can accept any relevant evidence at any time, even outside of that particular window because of the relaxed rules of evidence.
Okay.
So
We don't need to take an
that's his
action to waive.
interpretation of waiving it, but you can
I see.
accept any documents, and so he's asking you to quash it, and you do not have to do that.
We do not have to do that?
No.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
And I think he's just asking that if the council's willing to look at that differently, that perhaps they would consider his time as well.
And in taking a look at your request for longer than 20 minutes for, I don't know exactly how long, I was wanting to make sure that, as you raised earlier, we have quite a few people who are here, that we
Yes.
get a chance to listen to everybody who's here. And your information is incredibly important. If there's a way to fit it in the 20 minutes and then allow for the public comment.
Madam Mayor, with your permission, I'll let my witnesses go first. Witnesses should go first. The public should go first. And if they can go at my 4A position, they can go first, and I'll do my appellant 20 minutes or more after that, if you'd like.
And
Typically, you have the discretion, I believe, to move the public comment to the front should you wish, but there's not going to be any rebuttal to that particular public comment.
And there won't be anyway, because they're private citizens not here to take questions. And we can always talk about their testimony at a later time. But they'd like to talk and go, some of them, and I would like to make sure we can facilitate that if it's possible.
no, I'm here, I'm looking at heads shaking no.
All right.
You would like to stay?
All right.
Okay. I'm getting that they would like to stay.
Okay.
So what I'd like to do is keep the 20-minute time so that we can also hear the public and
Yep.
make sure that everybody has enough time. And the applicant has half that time, 10 minutes, to respond. And then can we proceed now?
We have one more motion outstanding. There is one more motion that I filed. It's a motion to quash the late filed documents last night. So
That's what I asked you about.
no,
We don't have to do anything about that motion, right?
sorry, those are two different things.
Oh, that's another one.
Motion
Okay.
number 1 is for documents filed 9 days ago instead of 10. Motion number 2 is that the applicant's attorneys filed more documents yesterday at 4:30, giving me no time to read or respond to them. Character assassination documents, in fact. They also filed them in item 17, so they'll get a chance to do their duty deed there. But I asked that those documents not be part of this public record. Those were yesterday. That's absurd. There's a 10-day rule for a reason. You don't wait till the night before to launch a bomb on your adversary without response.
I'm going to find out about that from Mr. Rafferty here.
I just may have a moment, sorry.
Sure.
I have the documents if you'd like to identify them.
I believe I have a copy of them.
Thank you.
You have a copy? We have. Folder? Anything outside of the agenda I received were the public comments. That's all I received. Did anybody else receive anything?
Madam Mayor, if I might, that email that was submitted last night was added to the public comment for item 17, and it was going to be requested that the council consider it be added into evidence as one of the exhibits for this item this evening, but it has not yet been introduced as an exhibit.
Okay. Because I filed objection. Thank you. Shouldn't be.
There's a whole packet of public comment. Is there?
I think at this point, I think it's in the interest of efficiency. I think that I could review this. You're not taking this into consideration at the moment.
Sure.
I think that you could proceed with the hearing and presentation of the parties, and I could look at this and give you advice as I sit here.
Thank you. And just to clarify, that public comment was for item 17, not 16, Madam Clerk?
Currently, it's been included as part of the public comment for item 17.
But the request is to include it in item 16.
So it's not relevant for item 16 for the Yarborough appeal, I'm just trying to get clarification.
I
That is
believe
correct.
the request was that it be included as part of both items 16 and 17.
I see.
I'll review it, and this isn't being presented at the moment,
Okay.
and we can give him time to respond to it if it is admitted. I think he could present his case.
Then at the same time, if your attorney can also review my declaration in response to those character assassination documents, so that if they do come in, they come in with a companion. Do you have any problem with that?
No.
I can review them both. Thank you.
Okay.
With that, the only other request that I have is just if you could delineate what relevance means for this hearing. I understand what your documents say. Every one of them says that relevance tonight means a very restrictive statement that the item either tends to shed light on or doesn't on some significant relevant fact. That's much more narrow than the evidence code requires us to have a broad definition of anything that has a likelihood to be shedding light on the truth of the facts that are presented to us. And our evidence codes and law are much more broad than the one you're giving me. It says it better be absolutely on point or you're not going to get to talk about it. And that's way too narrow. So I'm objecting to the restrictive nature of the relevance definition under the time frame that I've been given to talk, and asking if that can be relaxed, as it should be, and says under 1.08.060 that it should be a relaxed opportunity to present all relevant facts demonstrating any merit of claim. That's what your code says, but your document on your appeal hearing summary says much more restrictively than that does. So I'm just asking you to recognize that a more broad understanding of relevance, especially since you have public witnesses. They don't understand relevance like lawyers do. They're going to talk. So if they're going to hear you can't speak because that's not relevant, I'm just making the point ahead of time. Is that all right?
Madam Mayor, if I may,
Sure,
the
go ahead.
language that he's putting is in the adopted council policy as well as in the ordinance.
I see.
This is not a court. This is not an evidentiary hearing.
Okay.
And the standard was intentionally selected by the council.
And it's the same standard that's applied in any sort of hearing that comes before an appeal.
Okay.
My argument is it's a very restrictive standard, and thus, if your other sections of your code say that we'll have a relaxed understanding of these standards, and it's not officially an evidence code standard, then it ought to be more relaxed, not more restrictive.
I think you have the opportunity to determine on your own and whether or not something would be relevant or not relevant with regard to the material fact. If you felt that it was something that was relevant, then you have the discretion, again, because of it being an informal hearing, to allow that to be spoken. I don't think you should get bogged down in the minutia.
Thank you. And if council members would like to raise any questions about the relevance as Mr. Goddard is speaking, would you please let me know?
I'll be seated then.
No.
No.
This would be the time for you to begin your
yes.
presentation.
Yes, this would be the time for staff to begin their presentation.
All right, staff, apologize.
Okay. Berumen.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council. My name is Daniel Berman, Senior Planner and Project Manager for the Yarborough Project. Tonight, I'm here to present on the appeal of the Yarborough Phase 1 Vesting Tentative Subdivision Map. I'm joined by city staff representing several departments who have assisted in bringing this item before the City Council this evening. Tonight, I will be giving a brief overview to provide context on the project. Following that, I'll be providing details on the project's first vesting tentative subdivision map. Next, I'll be describing the appeal and the topic areas brought up for review, and then briefly explain the CEQA termination, and lastly, recommended act. The Yarborough Master Plan has been envisioned for nearly 20 years. It received approvals from the city over 16 years ago in June of 2008. What was approved at that time was a series of actions, including rezoning of parcels, general plan amendments, master design guidelines for the project, certified environmental impact report, or EIR, and the development agreement, or DA. All of this information is found on the city's webpage for the project. Yarborough encompasses approximately 713 acres in the southern section of the city, which is an envisioned planned area or community that includes 3,004 residential homes, a village core with commercial and mixed land uses, privately owned and publicly accessible golf course, open space, including a 56-acre park and canal system. This is one of the 3 big projects in the Southport area, along with Liberty and River Park. To the left, you can see the vicinity map. The project is located in the southern portion of the city, Jefferson Boulevard bisecting the project area, going all the way down, nearing the Fisher Road and the city limits. The phase map to the right depicts a total of the 4 phases in the project, but for the purposes of tonight's map action, we're really focusing on the northeastern portion, which is the highlighted yellow portion of the map. The phase 1 totals approximately 179 acres. It creates 548 small lots, which are essentially all low or medium density housing. There are 70 acres or 18 large lots that are dedicated for uses that are proposed, like a fire station, a relocated fire station number 42, affordable rental housing, parks, and a detention basin for stormwater. The appeal, as well as prior and subsequent emailed correspondence from the appellant, contain general assertions pertaining to potential California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, impacts of the Yarborough project, criticism of the project's provision of affordable housing, the opinion that the project's proposed golf course would not be feasible, the request for a public workshop and increased outreach, and other general criticisms of the City Planning Commission and city staff. Based on the appellant's communication to staff, several of the major concerns regarding the Yarborough project include the following: traffic, evacuation planning, water supply and quality, school impacts, BMT and GHG emissions, biological resources, as well as non-CEQA matters like the police annex, the proposed fire station, golf course feasibility, affordable housing, and the public workshop and increased outreach. My aim tonight is really to address these matters at a high level, following in the following slide. In regards to traffic, in 2008, the Yarborough EIR considered as part of the cumulative impact, the analysis of traffic impacts associated with the development of 9,062 new residential units among 4 large projects you can see on the table there. Harbor Point, now Liberty, River Park, parks at Southport, and University Park. Based on what is known today and the last 2 projects being withdrawn, that overestimates approximately 58% less units that are planned today and that were envisioned at the time that the EIR was prepared. Essentially, the EIR anticipated more units and therefore more traffic that is present today. Yarborough itself has maintained its same unit count since approvals were granted in 2008. Since the Yarborough project received its entitlements in 2008, 2 significant traffic mitigation measures have been done. That's the South River Road Bridge or Mike McGowan Bridge, and Village Parkway Extension, both constructed, and which were obligations of the original development agreement for the project. When it comes to emergency evacuation, the city's always had an evacuation plan and updates that plan regularly as needed. The police department has the legal authority to initiate and manage evacuation, small or large, but in the event the need is large scale, the city's Emergency Operations Center, or EOC, will be activated, and the decision and organization of evacuation will be decided and coordinated within the EOC. More information can be found in the memo provided by Chief Binns as part of your agenda packet, which is attachment 9. When it comes to water supply and quality, the city has adequate water supplies to serve the Yarborough project according to the water supply assessment of the EIR. There's a network of lakes that are part of the project designed to incorporate flood control and stormwater drainage. In the certified housing element discussed, discussed water supply with future development in West Sacramento, noting 2 points. The city's drinking water is supplied by the Sacramento River, and the city's main treatment plant capacity is sufficient to meet the demands of water in West Sacramento's for foreseeable future development. When it comes to school impacts, Yarborough includes the dedication of land for an elementary school site consistent with the Southport Framework Plan and the Washington Unified School District. However, the construction of the school would be the responsibility of the Washington Unified School District. This is found in Section 16.2 of the Development Agreement. School impact fees will be paid at the building permit stage as part of the project is constructed, and fees are intended to offset the impacts of the project's increase in school-age children. The other 2 large Southport projects, Liberty and River Park, have a responsibility to provide school sites within their respective project areas as well. Regarding the police annex, the original Yarborough Development Agreement included a requirement to relocate Fire Station number 42 and to include a room within the fire station that could be used by the police, which is the police annex. The amended and restated development agreement modifies the original DA by removing this requirement that the planned fire station include the police annex. Based on input from the police chief in a memo found in attachment 8, a recommendation is to remove the police annex in favor of dedicated revenue from the Services Community Facilities District, or CFD. Regarding VMT and GHG, the original project, did not evaluate VMT or vehicles miles traveled, but used LOS, or level of service, as required at that time. The project incorporates measures aimed at reducing VMT, i.e. the design and land use that encourages walking and biking, and the compact floor, which encourages public transit. There are changes in CEQA guidelines and regulatory standards since the original EIR have taken place, but those don't necessarily trigger supplemental environmental review. Biological resources. The approved project included removal and filling of the existing main drain, which the Yarborough EIR identified as a potential water of the United States. As depicted in the Phase 1 vesting tentative subdivision map, the main drain now is proposed to remain and is connected to the project's proposed lake system. Minor reconfigurations of the lake system are incorporated in the Phase 1 vesting tentative subdivision map to accommodate retention of the main drain, which means less impact on biological resources and protected species. In February of 2022, the city issued a letter finding that the project is consistent with the YOLO HCP and NCCP, and that the amount and type of proposed with the implementation of Phase 1 with the project is authorized to the YOLO Habitat Conservancy. When it comes to flood control and levee improvements, including segments currently in design for construction, there are 11 levee segments that remain to be completed within the city, and these are scheduled to be completed by 2037. SB 5 requires cities and counties to achieve 200-year flood protection by 2025. SB 586, passed in April of 2024, extends this deadline for the West Sacramento till 2040. WSAFCA has made adequate progress findings annually and anticipates continuing to be able to make adequate progress findings through completion of the project on or before 2040. Regarding the golf course shall commence with Phase 1 construction for the project. There are some areas that are beginning in the Phase 1. There has been no indication from the applicant the intent to remove the golf course as part of this project, and if there was, There's general plan and zoning designations applicable to golf course portions of the project, which prohibits residential development at this time. The Arboro project approvals require that project provide affordable housing in accordance with the city's municipal code. Consistent with the requirements of the city's muni code, the project must provide at least 10% of the units, or 304 units, as affordable units to low-income households as required under the original DA. The project would be required to include 120 units in Phase 1, which is double the Phase 1 obligation under the city's ordinance. In addition, the applicant is required to construct an additional 84 units in Phase 1 in compliance with the obligations of the Bridgeway Lakes 2 project, resulting in 204 affordable rental units in Phase 1. While the city did not hold a public workshop, as was requested by the appellant, the project was heard before the Planning Commission during 2 meetings in August. In preparation for the City Council's November 6 public hearings, the city provided the following outreach steps to inform the public of this hearing: radius mailing to residents within 500 feet of the project site, a posted notice in the newsletter on October 11th and the 25th, social media postings describing the project and linked to the city's project page, and updated Yarborough project page to include the submitted appeal. In CEQA, in summary, there was an environmental impact report, or EIR, that was certified in 2008. Potential environmental impacts that would result from the implementation of the proposed project are summarized in the EIR. For any new environmental review to be necessary, the city must have substantial evidence of new or more severe environmental impacts. The project essentially remains the same since its approval in 2008. Since certification of the Yarborough EIR in 2008, there have been several changes to CEQA statute and CEQA guidelines. However, these changes in state law do not necessarily trigger the need for supplemental environmental review of CEQA. And lastly, staff respectfully recommends the City Council to adopt Resolution 24-119. That concludes my presentation.
This time, I would like to consider questions among the council members. Mr. Baruman. I do have a question. Yes, Councilmember Alcala.
Yes, I have several questions. Okay, so the last EIR was done 16 years ago. What was it? 2007, 2008, correct? My understanding is the Planning Commission was told that staff didn't have enough time to review and discuss with the public as it has done in the past. So the first notice that the public had was at the Planning Commission meeting recently in 2024. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
So I guess, it's been 16 years. What is the urgency of not getting another renewed EIR? I know it says the city would have to see some sort of incredible urgency, something substantially different. And I guess 16 years, the city has changed quite a bit. So obviously, new buildings in there, there's quite a bit that happens when you bring new buildings in there. It's going to have an impact. Everything has a footprint. So why are we not requesting another EIR?
And I can speak a little bit to this, and really just going back to my statement that we have to find new and severe impacts that have been identified for an EIR to have a simple review of the EIR. But I maybe have.
No, that's basically it. We don't have the city does not have the authority to simply decide to do a new environmental impact report. You have a developer who has vested rights under their development agreement, and there is a certified EIR. Under CEQA, once there's a certified EIR, there are standards that must be met before additional environmental review can be done. Those standards have not been met. The appellant in this case is obligated to produce evidence of new impact that have not been looked at before, or changes to the project that create substantial new impact. He's produced no evidence of any of it.
Okay, well, we still have to hear from him, though, because
Well,
he's going to present.
of course.
Okay.
But I'm just laying out why. From our perspective, The why is because traffic was fully analyzed in the EIR and looked at a much more significant level of traffic than is forecast for today, to the tune of 5,000 fewer homes. All the other impact areas were analyzed, and there's been no evidence put forward of any change. It can't just be a rehash of the same issues that were raised in 2007. Mr. Goddard made extensive comments in 2007. Many of them are identical to the ones he's raising now.
I wasn't privy to the 2007, 2008. I'm asking just questions that come up. Members of the public had my due diligence in asking some of these questions as well.
And Jed, just to chime in, just on a practical level, I think a lot of the questions we hear are kind of geared towards, a lot has been built in the time since 2008. The point is, kind of a reiteration of what Jeff said in different words. All of the things that have been built were part of what was analyzed in that original EIR. So that's one of the important. And then it went above and beyond that because there were at least 2 large projects that were since, removed and aren't happening. And so it actually looked at a greater number of mobile homes and development is happening in that original.
And I understand what projections can be, and then there's the reality of what actually is, occurring as far as traffic. But let me just go ahead and go through a few more of these respectfully. So, okay, so are we going to have a large 18-hole golf course or not? Because I know a lot of people bought into the area because they wanted a golf course. I live on what used to be the golf course here in West Sacramento. Is that a done deal? Is there going to be a golf course there?
All I've heard is yes from the applicant. The applicant has expressed no questions about including the golf course at this time.
And the DA requires there to be
There has to be a golf.
Yeah.
I know they're not very popular. They're losing a lot of money. That's why I'm asking. People have mentioned that.
That's a.
It's just for.
There's a different opinions on that.
I understand.
Yeah.
I'm
I
asking
would
those
also
questions.
add, there was one on your slide, Daniel, you did make the point that there is a limit on the number of single-family homes that can be constructed until the golf course is completed. So there's another incentive on the developer to complete the golf course. I believe your slide said 1,200 units is the maximum number of units can be built before the golf course is.
If the golf course weren't to be built for some reason, what would happen with that land? Does it become a green belt? And if it does become a green belt, would the city authorize, or would there be a plan for building additional housing on that green belt? Just curious.
Well, in terms of the housing, it wouldn't be transformed into housing unless there is a general plan or zoning amendment that would allow for housing within the green space that's essentially designated at this point. So that would have to go through quite a few public hearings for anything like that to take place. But at this point,
would we need a new EIR for that?
Yes.
I think at that point, yeah, you probably would trigger a new
it
EIR.
might be a supplemental EIR, but there would definitely be additional environmental review because the EIR did not look at the possibility of those spaces being used.
And just this is also covered in the next time on the DA, but the whole development is predicated on having a golf course. So in terms of your question about what would happen if it doesn't get built, what you'd have is a development project no more than 1,200 homes and essentially vacant land for where the golf course.
So that would be green belt.
Well, it wouldn't be developed. It would just be vacant, open. If it didn't happen, and you'd have 1,200 homes at that. So those are the business terms that are covered in the DA. And I can tell you on the staff side, that's been the approach since 2008 when the first DA was done. The whole project is predicated on there being a golf.
Quite a bit of stuff to read, so bear with me. It won't be much longer, but FEMA, they were supposed to do a study in 2025. Obviously, if they're going to do a study in 2025, and then I saw that there was a Senate bill that didn't require that until 2040, is that correct?
I believe that's correct, and that's the information we received from WASAFCA, that SB 586 gave us more time to get to the 200-year.
That's what I was going to ask about the 200-year. So, and if, let's say FEMA comes in 2025, we allow this to go through, and they're saying this is not possible to do this 20-year flood plan, would that then prevent people who have purchased those homes from getting flood insurance?
I'm sorry, was the question if
Okay, if FEMA comes in 2025 to do their
if we got remapped, you're asking.
right,
Right.
and they don't pass that 200-year flood, I mean, they don't feel that the 200-year
Sort
flood
of two
plan,
different things,
what happens
a
to the
little bit.
homeowners at that point that have purchased
Yeah, so
property?
just want to distinguish those two. 'Cause
Well-
we are talking about kind of two separate topics. So SB 5, I believe, was the original bill that required 200-year flood control or flood compliance by
Okay.
2025. That was extended to, we think it was 2040. So the other part of that question is in terms of if FEMA came in tomorrow, which we don't at all, but if they did,
2025.
and remap
Few
the
months.
city into different zones, including a new zone for this area, then the likely requirement would be that people would have to have flood insurance. It would become
But
a
would it
requirement.
prevent them from having, if that doesn't go through, Aaron, because of the way that it's being built? I guess that's my question.
It would just
the way
be
it currently is, and would that prevent individuals from being able to purchase flood insurance for their homes?
no, not unless it was put into a zone that for whatever reason wouldn't be eligible for insurance, and we wouldn't anticipate that. It would be
Just want to make sure we're
right,
protecting
right.
homeowners. Okay.
And I also want to make the comment that the date of 2025 has been thrown around. I'm not aware, Daniel, maybe you are, or if Greg is here, I'm not aware that there's any plan for FEMA to remap the city in 2025.
No.
I have no idea where that date came from.
No, there's no, that's not true.
Okay, so so we're looking basically with Liberty Project and everything in this one area, we're looking at 6,000 homes. That maybe I did the math with Yarborough and Liberty. and all. There's a chart.
Yarborough is 3,004 residential units.
And traffic mitigation. That's something I think that people are really concerned with. A lot of traffic. This was addressed in the old EIR. Or
Yes,
not.
it was addressed in the EIR that was certified.
I'm just a little concerned. I mean, our population has grown tremendously since then. And I did see that we have an evacuation plan, we're moving along, with anticipation of all that. But I have seen the impact that traffic has had. We get bottlenecked over here. So I think that's a concern that a lot of the citizens have here. We have new apartments at those crossroads there on Jefferson, Stonegate. And when's the last time a traffic study was done? That you did a traffic study?
I'll jump if you can hear me.
Thank
Hi,
you.
I'm Andrea Aus. I'm the Director of Community Development. Are you specifically talking about a traffic study just for Southport citywide? Or
To include this development and Liberty and all the others, because since we don't have an EIR since 2008,
right?
have we kept up with it?
So our general plan was updated in 2016, and with that came an EIR that included traffic projections and a traffic study with mitigation. And so I would say that at a programmatic level, it has been studied as recently as 2016.
So Yarborough is responsible for also partial widening of Jefferson Boulevard. Is that my understanding? But the city said that it wouldn't have to be widened until they have about 400 homes on that. Is that correct?
That's correct. To Southport Parkway would be extended into the first phase. Yarborough.
Okay, that's going to cause a lot of congestion on those houses, 400 houses, and then we decide to go and build the widening that we're required to do. So I understand this is supposed to be like 4 lanes also.
That's correct.
Towards the, okay.
It'll
all
be
right.
an extension of the current geometry.
But that doesn't occur until you have about 800 houses. Is that correct?
I believe it 400.
It has to be
For the
complete
four-
by
for the
then,
four
too,
lane?
just to clarify, yeah.
Okay,
It's
I
a
just wanted-
completion date by that number.
Okay.
And it is to the full configuration of kind of how you see Jefferson, north of generally by Marshall will be the same.
All right, and
all
just
the
two
way
more.
south.
Thank you. Barry. Just two more things. WSD, when's the last conversation?
Oh, I believe the applicant probably has more information on that. I know they've engaged in communication, but I'd probably, I don't know, David.
Okay. I'll hold up on that question because I want to know when the last conversation was with WSD. I know they've sent, okay, thank you. You've allocated 5 acres for a new school in that area. But I know when I was on school board, they often said for a K through 8, you need about 10 acres. How would that be mitigated? It's one of the questions I'm going to ask.
I believe it is a 10-acre site that's being proposed.
Those conversations you've had with WSD, they have the funding to create a new school out there?
That I cannot speak with because that's more of an applicant communication with Washington Unified.
Okay, well, I think that pretty much answers every question, just other than, I think if we don't have another school out there, it's going to be bussed all around to different schools. All right.
We do have the other 2 projects, Liberty and River Park, that do have obligations for school sites.
Yes, Councilmember Orozco.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In the graph that you offered on page 8, it talks about traffic impacts and mitigations. Was that also, does that reflect the EIR traffic impacts as of 2008?
Yeah, you're referring to the Harbor Point.
Yes.
Yes, that is included in the cumulative impact in the EIR.
And fair to say that at that time, we had projected that Liberty would have had 1,724 units, and that River Park would have had 2,788, and then you'd have additional units of about 5,000, give or take, at parks at Southport and University Park.
Yeah, that's correct.
And at that time, the traffic impact was evaluated, and that it was determined that there was a capacity to absorb those units.
Correct.
But yet, as we are considering these developments today, including the Yarborough project, is it fair to say that the Liberty project has reduced the amount of units that it's projected?
Yeah, Liberty, I believe, is at 1503 at the moment.
From 1720.
Right.
So it's about 220 fewer units. And River Park is also reduced its amount, correct?
Correct. I'm not sure on the exact number, but it has been reduced.
It looks like 2,788 were projected back in 2008, but now it's been reduced to 2,284.
I think that.
Yeah, so 500 fewer units. But in addition to that, the parks at Southport, that at 2,050 units, that's not happening any longer.
Those have been withdrawn, yeah. Correct.
And University Park, the 2,500 projected units in 2008, that is no longer happening.
Correct, that's been withdrawn.
Yet, the fact at the time when we were considering whether or not there'd be too much traffic impact would have considered 4,500 additional units, and it was still passed.
Correct.
Is there any concern? I mean, I know you would address in your presentation, but if there were a homeowner and I was concerned about the impact on flood, is it your assertion that the persons in charge of considering that, such as our chief of police, who's in charge of public safety, in addition to Greg Faven, who is our representative for many, many years, many decades with WSAFCA, is it your position that there's no threat with respect to the investment in Yarborough? Like,
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of work that's been done over the last 15 or 16 years to increase protection for flood control, including a lot of the levee improvements that have been down in the Southport area. And there continues to be work being done. And from my communication with SAFCA, it's a priority for them to get to that 200-year flood protection goal, and I think that's their aim to get there by 2040.
And finally, I just want to confirm because I'm listening to my fellow council members' questions, and I just want to, in the answers, is it, and this may not be a question for you, to be our city attorney, as we're considering this appeal, is it fair to assume that there is an framework that we're to be working through when it comes to the legal standard for supplemental review under SEQA?
Correct.
And this would be the same standard of review that would be the case for any city council throughout the state of California and or elsewhere?
Correct. In the same circumstance where you have a certified EIR.
An established certified EIR. And those would include the standards would be referenced on page 313, where we talked about substantial changes that would require major revisions to the previous EIR and so forth.
Correct.
Now, does that necessarily assume changes in the complexion to the environment where a development is, as opposed to the specific changes in the development of the actual proposed development where the EIR was?
Yes, the need for supplemental environmental review could be triggered by changes to the project that created substantial new impacts, could be triggered by other changes to the environment, again, that were not analyzed previously and would present substantial new impact. Could be, those are the main circumstances, changes to the project, changes to the environment around. But in all cases, the need is for evidence of a substantial potential impact that wasn't analyzed. There's also the possibility that you could have a situation where mitigation measures that were previously rejected as infeasible are now, we have evidence to say that they are feasible. But again, we need evidence, and evidence is not just an assertion. It needs to be backed up by something.
I was looking at the materials in the report, which referenced Friends of Davis versus City of Davis, 2083 Calep 4th, 1004, at 1017 to 118. And I noticed that there's a reference that says a low threshold for requiring the preparation for an EIR in the first instance is no longer applicable. Instead, agencies are prohibited from requiring further environmental review unless stated conditions are met. Is this suggesting that there is a presumption against further EIR analysis unless those conditions are met?
That is correct.
That's including if we are absolutely appalled with the complexion of whether or not a development is to take place. It has to meet those burdens before we can consider any further EIR.
That's correct. I think it's important to remember the structure of CEQA. CEQA requires there to be different actions depending on the project and how significant impacts may be. The highest level of CEQA review is an environmental impact report. Those are very complicated documents that take a long time to prepare. They require a lot of study. The CEQA is set up to reward agencies that have gone through that process and certified an EIR, and frankly, the developers who typically end up paying the cost for those EIRs, to say, having done all that work, you now are able to rely on that document unless things change in a way that was not analyzed previously. And that's an important part of CEQA because there are communities that would try to, skate around CEQA, do minimal review, rather than have to waste the time to do a more substantial review. So CEQA is set up to incentivize more thorough review. And part of that incentive structure is to say, okay, you've done that. You now have the comfort of relying on that unless someone comes forward with real meaningful evidence of significant impact that were not previously analyzed.
Thank you, Madam. I want a really quick follow-up question. Since 2016, the 3 projects have reduced the number of units that are going in, but since 2016, we've had several other units going in. Has those been considered by the city in terms of traffic mitigation and everything else?
So are you talking about since 2016?
Right, we have others going in. I understand that these redevelopments are putting many fewer units
So
in.
I can jump in.
Thank you.
Again, it's kind of the same response that I had previously. When we did the general plan update for citywide, we looked at density and intensity of development citywide, and then evaluated it in the EIR in terms of what will be the ultimate build out of West Sacramento. And so at that point, yes, there were projects that conceptually at least were evaluated in terms of what was the allowable density or intensity of those developments. And they were evaluated in the supporting environmental document.
So you don't think anything since 2008 requires a new EIR?
No, that's if there is a specific project that may be proposed that differs with what had previously been evaluated, whether it's perhaps more intense density-wise or has some other kind of impact that weren't originally assessed based on what the description of that project is, then there could be subsequent or additional environmental review required based on the project.
And really quick, how long does a report like this take?
An EIR? It depends on the complexity, but it could be anywhere from a year to 2 years.
Right.
If I could, I'd give an example. So the Liberty project is also making its way forward. An environmental impact report was done for the Liberty project that has not yet been certified. And the difference is this project's environmental impact report was done previously and certified. Liberty's EIR is still waiting to be finally certified. So a large project like Liberty had an EIR done, not necessarily because it changed things radically, but because it's such a large project, you need to look at all the environmental impact, or all the potential environmental impact. And as I mentioned before, there are levels of environmental review. You can find a project to be exempt. You can find a project based on a negative declaration or a mitigated negative declaration. But for a project the size of Yarborough or Liberty, there's an environmental impact report that needed to be prepared just to make sure that we've identified all of the potential impacts and address them to the extent that we can. And there are sometimes significant and unavoidable impacts. That's when the council is asked to adopt overrides for them.
Thank you, Mr. Goddard. I would like to hear Mr. Goddard and the public comment. I did have one quick question, and it doesn't have to be answered, but is there a traffic level index in this process? I've been hearing about a traffic level index.
I don't believe there.
Okay, that's fine. That's all. That's all I have.
We can verify.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Baruman. We'll appreciate you taking the time to answer the questions from the council. We would like to, and I really would like to have Mr. Goddard come forward and present.
Very much. Sorry to interrupt. conversation.
No, you were fine.
We're out of order on your hearing procedure, which was supposed to be 4A was me first, then staff, but staff went first, so I don't know where I am
Rafferty,
now.
sorry for
Yes,
interrupting.
I don't think it's appropriate for non-testimonial evidence or relevant evidence.
The prop.
The prop that you put up there, I don't think
sorry.
it's relevant to the hearing.
Oh.
Put it back in
It's
your
just
chair.
inflammatory.
Is there any legal reason why I can't show a prop?
It's not relevant. It's not directly related to a material
This
piece.
means the EIR died in
Sir, you have 20 minutes. You're wasting it on a prop. I'm just up to you. If it's that important, then make it part of your evidence. But I don't know.
It's already been constitutional right to express yourself in a prop or any other way. Don't put it here. Before you start my 20 minutes, I've asked you a question of order, so if you could restart that, that would be good. The question I have is, you gave me an order, we're not in it.
Yes, it is.
I was supposed to start at 4A. Mr. Goddard has 20 minutes.
No.
Then the staff, I'm reading
That's
your-
just incorrect.
Okay. Right here,
4A
Mr.
is the mayor will tell you how much time you will have. That's all 4 is.
It's pretty ambiguous, but I get it. All right. So I'm happy to start. I want to. My question is, shall I have my witnesses go first so they can leave? That would be fine with me. And I'll do my 20 minutes after they're done. That would
Mr.
be
Goddard, I think your witnesses asked for you to go first, and why don't we just get started and we can have.
happy to do it. All right. First thing I have on my agenda here is a request for you to continue tonight's meeting under your municipal code section 1.08.060. Continue the matter. Hold a well-organized, well-noticed public workshop. That's why we're here tonight. It didn't happen. In the Planning Commission, the statement was, it was held in 2008. That's good enough. They deadlocked on the first meeting, 3-3. The second meeting, 100% don't need one. Well, that's why I appealed. That's the first basis of this appeal. And to suggest that there's been adequate notice here, I've done the notice. I've been working on this for a long time just to try to get people this far so they could at least understand what they didn't see the first time. The fact that the city sent a letter within 500 feet of the people who live around this project and said there's going to be a meeting. They posted on the city website, said there's going to be a meeting. They made one post on a Facebook site, said there's going to be a meeting. And then my favorite, a tiny ad in the classified section of the newsletter that says there's going to be a meeting. It's the size of my sticky. And so I blew it up. But the point being, if I hadn't have done what I did, these people wouldn't even know to be here or what is happening here. This is huge. And so I appealed it because I can, not because I'm getting paid, not because I'm getting anything out of it. It's not a heck of a lot of fun. But it seemed like I could do it, and it's the right thing to do. And so my first request of you is, will you continue this matter, hold a public meeting, and then come back and deal with it after the public has a chance to see the project, comment on the project, consider it. 10,000 people have moved here since 2008 that don't even know what Yarborough means. That's my request. Will you consider continuing the meeting?
This time, I would like for you to continue.
Thank you. I will
within your
continue.
20 minutes.
I will continue. It's like this. This is the best analogy I've heard. My wife appreciated it a lot too. You finish high school. You've got that pair of jeans you really like. You wore them all the time. They're so comfortable. You love them so much. You put them away and you hope, I'll just wear those another day. I want to save those. I'm not going to let those go. 16 years later, you pull them out and you put them on. And that's impact. Unanticipated impact. Could you have anticipated that you might gain or lose weight in that amount of time? Sure. But did you know what was going to happen? No. And so they don't fit. This project doesn't fit. It was organized to go forward in 2008. EIRs are almost uniformly followed within a reasonable amount of time by the development itself. They don't sit dead in the water for 16 years. I cannot find any that are this old, that have been resurrected from the grave and then pushed toward quick implementation, especially without public workshop, public knowledge currently. That's a shame that we would try this. I know why we're doing it. We're doing it because you have a city manager who understands that you've got to get a lot of planned units on the ground now with your regional housing needs allowance, or the letter that you just got from the Department of Housing threatening Attorney General action says, we're coming to see you about your grants and other issues if you don't get these units planned and get them on the ground now. So these developments are being pushed. This one out of the grave, Liberty, River Point, push as fast as we can. They tried the Planning Commission on Liberty. It isn't ready, but they're trying to get it out there because these units have to get on the ground now, the plans. 9,451 units have to be planned in West Sacramento by 2029. We're halfway through our HNA cycle, 6. And we don't have enough low-income housing by any means. Absolutely true. We need affordable housing. I don't call it affordable. I call it low income because affordable doesn't mean anything. But it's necessary. It's a good thing. We want that in its place, in its amount, and in its prepared fashion, not rushed. To sum up everything that the developers' attorneys have said, it sounds like this. There's no substantial evidence of anything new or more severe around here right now that's happened in the last 16 years. This 30-page dead-in-the-water EIR, if you take off the attachments, says, the attorney for the developer says that little document has contemplated virtually everything that can happen in that 16-year period. Everything. We saw it. We knew it. We were there. There's nothing new, nothing more severe. Nothing more severe has happened in any kind of an impact, including law changes, traffic issues, population increases, school issues, police and fire needs, flooding issues. According to the Yarborough prophetic EIR think tankers, not even an asteroid blowing a 10-mile crater in Southport could cause a new or more severe impact they didn't contemplate 16 years ago. The push is to build it, get it going, get it passed, do it now. And if you have to stop and do another study, what's going to happen? A new EIR is going to have to comply with all the modern regulations that have evolved over time with EIRs. They're much more difficult now than they were 2008. That's why they don't want to do it again. It's going to cost too much, take too long. The developer wants it to go forward now. Your city manager wants it to go forward now. He's got reasons for that. I respect that. But I also don't respect that this city isn't pushing back against those absurd numbers of RENA development from SACOG. We could do that. Other cities are pushing back. Do you want to bankrupt yourself? Do you want to destroy your city by overbuilding too quick? You want to harm public health and safety by pretending that we're completely safe with these levies because we've been working on them every year. We're not. I'll get into it further a little later. I wanted to, before I forget, I just drove from Bevan, that's the northern boundary of this project, to Southport Parkway on the way here. That's the area that's going to be improved. Once we get 400 units going, that's got to be completed. 4-lane, very nice. It's 0.3 of a mile. That's all it is. Jefferson is a very long street. And I was told that we're going to improve the whole of Jefferson from one end to the other. That isn't accurate. That's not what this is doing. Now, maybe I'm going to hear something different from the developer. I hope so, because that doesn't even begin to touch the traffic problems. The developer's attorneys have worked studiously on technicalities like the one that Councilwoman Orozco just very astutely looked at in the Davis case. Very good. It almost sounds like you can't touch this EIR. It's golden. It was done. It's over. I mean, 16 years later, you got to do it. You just got to do it. What about 30 years later? How about 50 years later? How long before an EIR is too old to be meaningful? Well, it's much less than 16 years. And everyone here knows that the traffic that we now endure, whether you say they contemplated it or not, can't handle what's suggested to be coming down with 3,000 Yarborough homes, 3,000 more with Liberty, and River Point right behind it. That's 6,000 more units in Southport. That's, I don't know, I'm just guessing, but that's got to be 15 to 20,000 people, 10 to 15,000 cars. Where is all this going to bring us as we plan for it? Because once you pass on this, it's vested. Then you do have to let the developer do it. Now, I heard your attorney say something I think he means to correct. He said that this developer has vested rights in an EIR and a development agreement, and I'm not sure if he said the map, but I know that the law is that he doesn't have vested rights yet. The tentative map has been appealed. That's not vested. The amended development agreement is up for your discussion and review, so that's not vested. So I don't know if I misunderstood you, perhaps, Mr. Mitchell. You
Yes,
feel
you
free
did.
to clarify. I might have misunderstood what you said.
There is a development agreement in effect, right?
I'm sorry.
There is a development agreement in effect today.
Yeah, but it's seeking to be amended, correct?
Yes.
And the council has power
But
to do that.
Today, there is they have vested rights.
All right, thank you. I appreciate your clarification. I want to move on quick because you're not giving me any time to do otherwise, but I got a lot more I could have said. I think I should set the standard for you, because what we're hearing now from your council, both councils, I think, is we can't do anything with this city council. You can't fix this problem. You can't say no, because no one's showing you anything substantial that is new or more severe than what has already been contemplated in 2008 by the prophets back then who did the EIR. That's not true. I'm about to show you why. The argument that I need to make tonight to give you something underneath you as a safety net to say no is called the fair argument. It's called the fair argument. That law allows you to listen to citizens. They may present substantial evidence, and substantial is in your mind and theirs. They may present their eyewitness, personal knowledge testimony of new and more severe impacts that they have personally experienced that were not contemplated in the EIR. Let me give you an example. You're going to hear a whole bunch of citizens do just that tonight. That's going to provide you exactly what your city attorney keeps saying I'm not giving you. I had to get here to give it to you. It's done through the testimony of these witnesses, the fair argument rule. They're going to make fair arguments. The EIR did not contemplate 16 years ago that the city government would spend money elsewhere and not repair the roads enough such that they're in a condition that they're very much dilapidated. They're inadequately maintained. I think most people agree with that. Mr. Pothole does. And the fact is, they didn't contemplate that in 2008. They didn't know that the existing infrastructure was not going to be kept up well. They didn't know that. But these people do, and they're going to testify to that, their personal observation of it. The EIR didn't, that's a fair argument. The EIR did not contemplate 16 years ago the present degree of seepage, erosion, and other issues that our levees presently have. We keep hearing that our levees, we're working on them, we're doing good, and they are. That's a setback levee. It's a beautiful thing. But we have a 50-mile levee. It's got all sorts of problems. Any break in that levee anywhere, according to an engineering study, impartial, that I have already provided the city, when that levee breaks anywhere, we will be under 20 feet of water everywhere in this city within 2 hours. Now, Chief Binns and your police chief are going to testify because I read their letters. Well, we have a plan to get out. Well, okay, that's good. They should. But I don't think either one of them can come up here and testify that, yes, if there's a flood and that levee breaks, we can get everybody out of here, no problem, with the 2 or 3 exits on one direction that all send you to the same place on the freeway, or you can go to Clarksburg and try to get ahead of the water on flat plain. So if you think it's comfortable that you've got these levees under control, you don't. And I've talked to your floodplain manager. I have been working on this real hard. I understand your legislation. I understand you're supposed to have 200-year flood protection by 2025, but you got a legislative exemption that says, okay, you can keep building, won't do a moratorium as long as you just show substantial progress every year. Just say and find that you're doing what you can, and we're going to let you build anyway. Even though you're never going to get it, you don't have it now, 200-year floodplain protection, and nobody in this city's staff has been able to tell me when you're ever going to get it. So I think what we have here is a misunderstanding with the public with respect to the degree of concern they should have in these levees. And in putting another 6,000 people in the bathtub, ringed around by 50 miles of levee that can break in other areas and flood everywhere. So before we do that, we should be a little bit more certain. FEMA remapping, by the way, Mr. City Manager, that remapping statement that FEMA is coming next year comes out of the Liberty EIR. That's where I quoted it from. So you're incorrect when you say that FEMA has not intended to do so. That EIR got a letter from FEMA that says that's what they're going to do. So they are coming. And if they do remap, it says, I've read it, they intend to put us in a special flood zone. Now, Staff has admitted that that could be bad. That could hurt flood insurance, but we don't know they're going to do that. They've already said they're going to do that. When they get here, they're going to do just that. People's flood insurance is going to blow right away. They're going to have to pay more. We're going to have to recapitulate the whole issue. The point being, every year, 2 of you, city council persons, and 1 member of the public, Tom Ramos, meet as a flood control board, West Sacramento Flood Agency, and you just write a letter and say, and give findings to the Sacramento Valley Flood Authority that we're good, we're working on it, and we got the money this year to keep working on it, so let us keep going. And they do, and they're going to do it all the way to 2040, and that's how it's working. But that doesn't mean that you're creating safety. It means you're creating a technical scenario where you can keep building without having to really complete the job of safety and protection. So I take umbrage at being fed something different, that there's no risk, we're good to go. We're not good to go. We're limping along doing the best we can. And I respect that. People are working at it hard. Nobody's being impugned here over it. It's just not accurate to say that we're hunky-dory in the flood department. And anybody that lives here, and some are going to testify, that the minute they have to think about getting out of here, they know they can't. Even if there isn't a flood, they can't get out of here when there's a traffic jam, let alone a flood or a catastrophe or something that panics the people. I know we got a map. I asked my wife, where's that map, honey, that one that we're supposed to follow in an emergency? And she said, well, I'm glad you're asking me that now, because if it was an emergency, I don't know where it is. And that's how it is in emergencies. You can do all the planning and mapping you want. But when there's an emergency, nobody's going to follow a map. They're going to get the heck out of here the fastest way they can to the freeway, and they're not going to get out, a lot of them, under the present circumstances, if there were a significant flood problem. Sorry to hammer that so hard. But this is the kind of a thing that the EIR in 2008 had no clue that you're not going to get the levees up to good condition. They don't know that. They're guessing. It's not in there. And we aren't there. So what should we do? How about a new EIR? How about we not build till we know we're safe? How about we take a look at a traffic impact study that's younger than 2016, if that was significant enough to cover this development? I don't think so. The EIR did not contemplate 16 years ago just how hard it is with present traffic and bad road conditions to get anywhere in this community. I mean, they say, yeah, it could be a lot of traffic, could be more, it's going to be okay. You know, we'll mitigate. What's mitigation? Mitigation means we're going to accept the failure of all our lights at F. That's what that mitigation is. It's just going to be mitigated, and we're going to put more money from the developer into the traffic fund, and that's good to go. That doesn't help the people get around. It causes a mitigation so that the project can go forward anyway. Here's my best one. 16 years ago, the EIR did not contemplate that 16 years would pass before it was implemented. That should be just common sense. Ipso facto, that is a statement of new and more severe concern and should substantially justify doing a new EIR. This zombie came up from the grave muttering no impacts. Whatever it is, no impacts, we're good. We're not good, and there are impacts, and these citizens are going to tell you about the impacts. Finally, golf course. Well, not finally. Look, I'm getting a lot of heat for speculating that the golf course might not work. Well, come on. This city government is in charge of the EIR. Why don't you do a golf course feasibility study? It's pretty easy. There's companies that do that. Why didn't this developer do it? He knows he's got a hole in the dike here. He didn't do it because it'll show it's not feasible. Google it, 5 minutes. It'll take you 5 minutes to learn this. Since 2014, 4 major courses have closed in Sacramento. Drought is an issue, cost is an issue. People are not playing as much golf nationwide. 800 golf courses have closed in the last decade. The number of golf courses closing is significantly outnumbered by the new courses being built. Will it turn into houses? Well, of course it will. First, it'll be a nice recreational greenbelt, and we'll all be happy. And then there'll be a rezoning and an amendment, because that's what you do, just like you're doing it with Yarborough. You just rezone, do an amendment, and you build. And that is what happens everywhere when golf courses don't work. They take the land, and eventually the city will build more housing. This developer has not received the necessary permits to move forward, and I don't know why you're letting him do so. The Army Corps of Engineers has not passed off on this problem. I don't know if that has to do with the levee or what it has to do with. He'll tell you, and his attorneys will, I'm sure. But they have not given him a permit. He's had 16 years to get an Army Corps of Engineer permit, and the best he keeps saying is, I'm working on it. I'm not sure why you would let this go forward without having that done. Flood protection, evacuation issues. school issues. The school has not talked to the city. You just ask your man right here, if you talk to them? No. The developer talked to him. Well, that doesn't really matter, does it? Not at all. There's no plan. There's nothing in writing. The city doesn't have an agreement with Washington Unified School District. They're going to pay for the school. They're going to have to evaluate it once they get started. There's going to be an evaluation, but that should have been done a long time ago. In item 17, I will argue that the development agreement is full of giveaways because the city government manager, attorney, want this thing done now. They want this in place for the RENA numbers. And so they're going to sacrifice what it takes within reason to get it in. That's what's going on in the city. It's going on big time in all the projects. Get them down, do them now. And it's causing the citizens to be at risk. Thank you. I'll call my witnesses, I guess, at this point, if that's all right.
Yes, please.
Okay. In doing so, these are longtime residents. They're eye, ear, and common sense brain witnesses, and they're going to tell you what they've seen in the last 16 years with respect to unanticipated impact that old EIR did not contemplate. They'll make a fair argument from personal knowledge. They're not experts. They're not subject to questioning, cross-examine, and they're not going to answer questions. They're private volunteer citizens. I have no relationship with any of them. I think I just met every one of them tonight. I didn't tell them what to say. I didn't pay them. They owe me nothing. They're not beholden to me. I don't represent anyone but myself. Their comments are personal, expressed comments that yield a lot of importance because one of them is worth 100 or 200 that aren't here tonight. Only one in 200 or 300
Sounds
people
an awful
will
lot
do
like
that.
a continued argument by Mr. Goddard.
No, I'm just setting the stage for my witnesses. Thank
And
you.
I just want to make one thing clear, or I want to ask the question.
And
It's for the council.
I also, Mr. Goddard, your time is
I'm done.
done.
I'm ready to
And
announce
we
these
need
witnesses.
the witnesses now.
I'm
When
ready to
members
go.
of the audience come, this will be their 3-minute, right?
Each one has 3 minutes, or there's
There's
3
no
minutes?
designation of
It's
time
up to you
frame.
to decide how many, but I don't think my recommendation, my request, is that we not let people speak as a witness for Mr. Goddard and then come back up again later and have another 3 minutes.
They
to
don't
talk.
plan to do that. None of
Okay.
them. But
That's fine.
they're not subject to a 3-minute rule either. They're not in the public input
yes, they
section.
are.
Not where? Where does it say that?
We've made that declaration in this.
However, I have asked them to keep it to
Members
3
of the
minutes out of
public will give
respect for the
public
time.
comment, 3 minutes.
All right. The first witnesses I'll call, and some of them have gone, I'll call them in threes. Dan Johnson, Julie McGregor, Aaron Witzel.
Mayor and City Council members. My name's Dan Johnson. I live in Southport. I've been there for a little over 9.5 years. And I have experienced firsthand almost every single one of the things that we've heard discussed about so far. I believe there's serious hardship coming to us, Sacramento, because this is a 16-year-old EIR. It does not take into consideration the things that have occurred just in the last few years. 2 new apartment complexes at Lake Washington and Jefferson. Were those in the works back in 2008? I don't think so, because they were talked about being brand new projects when these things came up for discussion throughout the community. We've gained almost 10,000 new residents in this time period that we're discussing. There are constant concerns on several local social media sites out there. You've probably all seen a lot of the items that are on the West Sac community pages. Examples include the very poor roadway upkeep, improvements that are not happening, slow business growth throughout the city, especially in Southport, and that's probably because we don't have the people. And I understand that. That's part of my discussion later. And school class sizes have been increasing exponentially. In addition, the fear of flooding. I'm not going to go into great detail because it's already been discussed. I can personally attest that these problems with crumbling roads, massive potholes have to be avoided to prevent tire or alignment damage on cars. I can tell you I've sat through extremely long lines of cars trying to get through the intersections at Jefferson and Lake Washington, as well as Jefferson and the on-ramps for eastbound and westbound 50. The intersection of Harbor Boulevard and Industrial is a major nightmare right now, and it's going to get exponentially worse. This is not even when an emergency is occurring. This is just during normal business hours with all the truck traffic and the vehicle traffic coming and going. It is a nightmare and a disaster waiting to happen if we are in an emergency circumstance. My grandchildren have seen their class sizes grow quite large. in just the 9 years that I've been here. And I assume, based on the new numbers coming out, it's going to continue to grow like that with no guarantees of new school buildings being built. This is going to eventually impact their learning capability and the improvement of our already marginal school state standard where we are. As such, how can a 16-year-old EIR be appropriate for construction of 3,000 more homes? Another issue of the EIR and plan is for a public golf course. It's taking up valuable multi-use land. Why would we do this with so many companies are closing their golf courses around the country? Why not a multi-sport Southport Center, softball, t-ball, pickleball, basketball courts, soccer fields, and on and on and on? So much more useful for the community. Growth has to be orderly. That's all we're asking for. Orderly, planned, taken care of. As we go forward, the public must be better informed. In closing, I hope you seriously consider an updated formal review. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Julie McGregor, and I've only lived in West Sac for 6.5 years, but I've been visiting family here for 35 years. I would like to see a new study, environmental impact study done because of the number one, traffic. So I live in Westmore Oaks, and I work on Stillwater Road. And when I moved here in 2018, I loved that I had a 10-minute commute. And today my commute is 20 minutes. And yesterday, my commute was 35 minutes because of the road closure of the freeway. And there was actually a very serious gridlock situation. Some of my coworkers sat on Stillwater Road for 45 minutes before they were able to turn onto Reed. I know that we have built there. I know that the building of Village Parkway was helpful, but it's not going to help in the other parts of the city. It's not going to help with the increased housing in Southport. The schools are already overcrowded, and if we don't build schools when we build houses, those parents are going to be driving their kids into my neighborhood to drop them off at the school, and then we're going to have more cars on the road. Some of the kids that have grown up in this neighborhood are now driving. They weren't driving when this impact study was done, but now they're driving, so that's adding more cars on the road. The services through the city, and including police and fire, have been greatly taxed. In 2022, on New Year's Eve, there was a terrible storm that came through West Sacramento and destroyed a couple of homes, including the one that I was standing in, and I was crushed by debris when a tree fell on the house. I live 3 minutes from the fire station, and it took over 25 minutes for a fire to even show up. And when they came, they determined they needed to have PG&E needed to be there for gas lines, and we needed an ambulance, and that took another 45 minutes. I don't know that there's that we have the fire and the police right now to even sustain the existing population in West Sacramento. I was afraid that night. I was afraid for my life that night, and when people didn't come, and then when even they came, they couldn't even get in the house because of the smashed house. But I don't really believe that West Sac is ready for a major catastrophe like a flood. I can't imagine. But I do live in a house that's 7 feet above everybody else's house on my street because my previous homeowner developed the development that way because he lived in that house for 79 years. And that's my house, and it's higher than everybody else's. But in my neighborhood, are they all going to come to my house? I hope not. I'd like to just ask that you also look at wildlife because wildlife is greatly impacted. There's now a den of coyotes living at the old John Marshall High School, and I would like to see you get rid of that before we start building more homes and crowding more coyotes into my neighborhood. They're eating cats, and they're eating all of the feral and stray cats. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Erin Witzel. I've been a West Sac resident since 1989, first in Old West Sacramento off the park, and since 1992 I've lived off Linden Loop, Southport. I'm here to speak as a resident with in-person experience and knowledge of significant road and traffic issues that have impacted this city for almost 30 years. Back in the early 1990s, 2 years after the city incorporated, Jefferson was still a 2-lane road, one lane each direction with a little yellow line separated. There were no bike lanes, there were no sidewalks, There was nothing. I moved from the old West Sac to the subdivision I live in now in 1992. We were pretty uninformed back then and just excited to be part of a nice new community. However, we spent several years facing the stark reality that in emergency, when Jefferson was blocked both ways because of a car fatality or some other equally serious issue, which happened on more than one occasion, we were pretty much screwed. Our little two-lane artery was completely blocked with no ability to go in or out. Nobody could come in, nobody could go out. Literally, if you needed an ambulance, one wasn't coming. It wasn't necessarily we had no Palmadesi Bridge, no Southport Parkway, no roads that went north to get us in or out. It wasn't necessarily just a traffic issue, it was a safety. And it was concerning then and it's concerning now because I think that's the same direction. You guys remember a couple of weeks ago, we had two major traffic issues, one fatality, one other traffic issue, and it blocked the arteries going in and out of various places. Fast forward, Southport Parkway, the Gowan Bridge is added, traffic eased up a little bit, but history repeats itself. We had more growth, we continue to have growth, we increase our outlets and inlets, but yet traffic continues to increase because we continue to grow. I think the fact that the city refused to, or the fact that you guys approved this project without a new EIR is very concerning to me. And I'm not sure if there was an awareness. Delta Shores was built in 2017, and with that building of Delta Shores, a Casunas River Parkway or Boulevard was extended and provides direct access to our river road, to the Freeport Bridge and our river road, and which is now being used by people coming in and from Sacramento and going to Sacramento, and has, I guess, significantly increased traffic. And I don't know if the EIR addressed that Delta Shores build, and I would consider that a significant change, right? We have people, even my own kids use the river road to go to Delta. But now we have people from Sacramento who may work in West Sacramento are using the Freeport Bridge, the river road, to come into our community. Links to Jefferson. So I believe that is a significant impact, and I don't know if the EIR addressed that.
Ray Perez, Jonathan Dunn, raise your hand. Gone. Nadine Fab. Okay, Ray Perez, Nadine Fab, Ed Hawking.
Hello, City Council. Thank you for having me. My name is Ray Perez. I'm born and raised here in West Sacramento. I'm a fourth generation West Sacramentan, and I'm here to hopefully provide my unique perspective on the Yarborough Project and the Environmental Impact Report, because I've actually been part of an Environmental Impact Report. I used to be an Oakland Raider season ticket holder. Don't hold it against me. I attended numerous city council meetings in Oakland in hopes to not just bring two stadiums for our respective teams, but also the city of Oakland was hoping to bring 5,000 new homes and major businesses over a 10-year span. To move forward with this, the city conducted comprehensive environmental impact reports, which is the EIR, assessing traffic, infrastructure changes, pedestrian access, and the impact of new development on noise and air quality. After extensive studies and community engagement, Oakland approved a robust EIR that provided a 10-year framework, not 16, for a safe and responsible growth, to pro teams or not. In West Sacramento, we now face a significant project that we've been discussing that we can possibly have 3,000 new homes. However, our new environmental impact report was done in 2008. There's new things that have happened here since I wrote my speech, and while the gentleman over here was giving a speech, I did a quick Google search. And the Sacramento Bee says, quote, the post-COVID boom. These are the fastest growing cities in the Sacramento area and California, and Folsom and West Sacramento are at the top of that list. My question would be, does this environmental impact report hold into account a global pandemic that saw a community of high income earners that are going to work from home here? Whatever that answer is, whatever it may be, we should hear an answer not just in city council, but also in workshops. Also, I heard unofficially that this city, West Sacramento, now during the daytime exceeds over 100,000 people during our daytime population because of our growth and jobs. As city council members and voters alike, our responsibility is not just to address past challenges, but make informed decisions that could safeguard our future. West Sac saw gridlock from one bicyclist fatality, two pedestrians hit by cars, and a FedEx truck. I'm not against the Yarborough project. I'm not for it. But I do ask that we please consider to table this in the beginning of the year for public workshops and a new EIR and traffic impact studies that are more relevant than 2016. Thank you very much, and congratulations to everybody for a well-run campaign.
Hello. Good to see you all. Thank you for having us. My name's Nadine Fabian, and I am a third-generation West Sacramentan. I grew up in the State Streets on Virginia Avenue. Grew up here, went to school here, went to River City when it was over in the Marshall location, so I'm very familiar with the city. I am here to voice my concerns about the Yarborough project. I currently live in Bridgeway Island neighborhood. And really over the past, at least since 2008, traffic has been bad. I'm not going to reiterate every single concern that everyone's already gone over because I agree with everything that the public said here tonight from the community. But my concern living in Bridgeway is kind of what's been mentioned already, is that the influx of people coming into West Sacramento for work has significantly increased the traffic on South Parkway with the Amazon buildings and all of the warehouses. The semi-industrial truck traffic has also been a serious concern for me and my family trying to get out of Bridgeway to go to work or school. We have to deal with the semi-trucks all the time, not just cars, okay? So that's happening in the Southport area. In addition, there's a business complex going in at right across from Lowe's at the corner of Southport Parkway and Lake Washington Boulevard. I don't know how many more people that is going to bring into our city. That is a major consideration for this EIR impact report that is so outdated. I don't know if that was considered, but that's going to be even more people coming here for work and using these same arteries of traffic. The Oakland A's traffic will also be an impact, and I know that that's probably been discussed ad nauseum by you guys for other reasons, but that is going to be an additional impact on traffic and people coming into our city and looking for resources such as restaurants, places to go that we really don't have that many of. So our people that live here are impacted by all of these things going on. The thousands of new homes and residential apartments that have happened, including the commercial buildings that have come to West Sacramento since 2008 alone warrants a new study, in my opinion. We are very impacted by traffic, not enough schools, considering we only have one high school in West Sacramento. All these new elementary schools are also going to funnel there. Is there a plan for another high school? I don't know, but that's also something to consider that may not have been considered originally. I really feel that safety and the cost to maintain our infrastructure and road maintenance is critical, and those things need to be considered. The repaving that was done previously already has new potholes and the cement is deteriorating. But I humbly ask that you not move forward until you consider a new study. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. And I'm wearing my filter, so no worries. In just the short time that I've been here, the notes that I prepared today have become outdated by just what I've heard. So I don't really need them. Let me tell you about mitigation. I used to be on a state disaster team. And when I went to the Northridge earthquake, the building that night was tagged red. The next morning it was mitigated and it was tagged green. We could move in and work. That's how government mitigates these things. The 1977 flood that we had, you have no idea how close we came to mass casualty. Very close. Floods are very dynamic. They're not like an earthquake. They don't move around, or they move around, not like an earthquake is steady. After I've heard all of this stuff, I'm taking my kayak on the second floor. So if something should happen, I'll be able to get out of here. We have gridlock right now on Jefferson Boulevard. Right now, before the apartments are even filled. When I was on the school board, I can tell you from the moment a school is approved until construction is completed, the occupation of the school is almost at maximum capacity in just that time period. Where the school's going to come from, where the kid's going to go to school. I don't really care because I'll be out of here, but my grandkids live here and they're going to have kids. And what are they going to do? And how is their safety going to be addressed? You owe me a set of rims for my wife's car on the potholes. I have not seen any improvement. And when I first went to work downtown in '95, I had a house close to Southport Elementary School. It took me 8 minutes to get from there to 1700 K Street. When I retired in 2007, it was 45 minutes on a good day, and I did not split lanes on my motorcycle. I drove like everybody else. We are headed for a disaster if we let this go without another EIR. And the one thing that's not related to this project is the lithium battery separation plant. Let that explode, have one disaster after another there. That whole area could be a hazardous area for years. There was a bill passed many years ago that said any other bill passed from then on should be written in a way that the man on the street can read it and understand it. Good luck with that. This is legalese, developmentalese. The average person does not understand this. And I've been around politics for a long time, and I have to really concentrate to be able to understand this. We're in trouble.
Last four witnesses I have are David Weller, Bill Bastian. Bill? Bill's not here. David Weller, Lauren Alander. Lauren? So we have David Weller, Pat Flint, and Kimber Goddard would like to read one of the statements from the witnesses that had to leave because we went so late talking to city staff for 45 minutes before we got to this appeal. May I do that? I'll do it when my witnesses are done.
Sure.
I can do it in 2 minutes.
Hello again, I'm David Weller. I've been here since 2003. Most of my speaking points have already been discussed. I do want to say that significant issues and substantial changes have included Oakland A's coming to town, Amazon facilities, the traffic, the new apartments. It takes a long time to get through traffic. When more of this stuff is coming, it just keeps compounding. The extension as far as for Village Parkway gets backed up from the freeway all the way back past the gas station there, past Ramos. So it still has not fixed anything. It just compounds and it keeps getting worse. So everything on my list basically has been talked about as far as from emergency exits to the parks to the schools. Again, the high school is a big one. It's severely impacted. We need to be proactive and not reactive. And I have been on the other side of trying to get traffic stuff taken care of. And it has been a nightmare to work with the city to get things. The dead man signs is what you guys call them as far as to get them instituted and placed in crosswalks. The bureaucracy to get it done has been incredible. What's going to happen with all of these extra homes? 3,000 homes, what does that mean? 5,000 cars, 5,000 more cars on Jefferson is absolutely horrifying to me. As a parent with a teen driver that's coming up, yeah, it's kind of scary. It's scary for me going out there with all the construction and everything. So You know, I wish I could have coordinated with everybody else as far as saying what the issues are to maximize the time, but we're kind of saying the same thing. West Sac is not prepared for this. We're not prepared for the emergencies. We can't handle the traffic right now. The gridlock is miserable. The accountability for the city to help pay for the repairs that the potholes caused. Ray, Mr. Pothole here. So I am really frustrated that this is going forward and it's not being researched. The traffic analysis definitely needs to be discussed in the future here. And this word capacity, as far as being reached, we are over capacity. Sit on Jefferson for a while. Do the commute. See how it is. Martha, I know you live around the corner from me. You're stuck on Village Parkway or Jefferson. Sometimes it takes us 20 minutes to get on the freeway in the morning. This is ridiculous. Traffic congestion, potholes, traffic congestion, potholes, traffic congestion, potholes. How many times do we need to say it? The safety is an issue. It's the same common message that all of us are saying. It's growing too fast. We can't handle it. We cannot handle it, and we've proven that. Just look at the grid maps. See what the traffic is. Red 90% of the time on the commute times, in business hours time. It's not acceptable. People are going to get hurt, and the city isn't taking care of its debts and responsibilities anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you bear with me. It's late and I'm tired, but I only have one page and I'm going to read it. This is based on my personal knowledge and observations of living here in West Sacramento for 75 years, soon to be 76. There are 3 generations of my family currently living here. Many families can say the same. This is a community I love and want to see prosper in a safe and responsible way. I have had concerns about the Yarborough development for years. I never liked the densities, but after several workshops and meetings with the public, we settled with the 2008 development plan. Fast forward to 2024. After being dormant for 16 years, it comes up before the Planning Commission as a public hearing with amendments. The Planning Commission did table it for 2 weeks, then proceeded to pass it on to the council with no recommendation to change anything. It is the largest development plan in West Sacramento. It impacts and sets a tone for the traffic, public safety, schools, densities within residential development plans in our city. I am not against affordable housing, but my idea and the city's idea are not even close. Mr. Stroud's previous developments of affordable housing was accomplished by bringing in the Beezer homes, smaller affordable family homes, inclusive housing spread throughout the development, or maybe that was the Sino development, and then duplexes like Miss Early lives in, which is a beautiful duplex, I must say. So high rise and high density is not the answer. Affordable senior housing is. Affordable smaller homes on smaller lots and is much needed here. Who at my age wants to live in an apartment? Who wants to raise children in apartments? They would need supervision every time they wanted to play outside. In my day, that was called low-income housing projects. A 16-year-old EIR is not acceptable, especially regarding flood and levee issues. I have personally witnessed the Sacramento lapping over the Tower Bridge. I have had family ready to evacuate because the bypass had so much water in it, it was overlapping out where Ebby's is currently. I have personally witnessed the aftermath of Hurricane Camille in Biloxi, Mississippi. I have witnessed boils in Southport along the river. I have witnessed corrosion on the West Sacramento levee side of the river. The Rivas were brand new and almost had to be evacuated. Yes, our levees have been worked on and improved. According to Liberty, the 7-year-old EIR, FEMA will be here in 2025, just a few months away. Will the flood designations change? Will we ever reach a 200-year flood plan? Katrina proved the New Orleans flood control plan failed, and they predicted at the time that West Sacramento was a West Coast possibility of a Katrina-like disaster. New Orleans is still trying to recover, and many residents are misplaced. And please bear with me. A 16-year-old, I'm sorry, please respect what we have to say. We are the public, and this is our only time to say it. A 16-year-old EIR could have never anticipated West Sacramento traffic impacts. There is a need for an entire city traffic study, especially in Southport. Evacuation of the area is a major issue. Freeway closures due to major accidents.
You have to stay
Funnel
consistent with
traffic.
each of the people.
Please
That's
respect
all.
me.
No, I mean,
I'm sorry, I'm going
How much
on.
more time do you have, Ms.
I'm
Flynn?
sorry. This is a dangerous situation the city's planning to put us in, and I'm going to have my say, Martha. I'm sorry.
It's not fair to all the other
Turn it off.
speakers
I don't
who-
give a shit. And I'm sorry I cussed.
But I mean, there's a procedure,
Freeway
and the procedure
closures due
that
to
was agreed
major
upon is
accidents
3
funnel
minutes.
traffic through our city, also impacting Southport as cars head down Gregory, up the River Road to the
May want
Freeport
to take a
Bridge
break.
to cross the river. And just a few days ago, residents
We will
on
take a
the
break
exit
at this time.
freeway come into West to a major accident.
You can continue, but we're going to take a break. Wait. Press the home button. Oh. We have a procedure, so we have to go. No, it's a procedure that we have announced, and we have to follow it. Meeting is brought back. Council present. Mr. Bedard, do you have testimony?
Again, and someone has written a statement, you can just have them submit the balance of their statement for consideration that's written, and their time is done.
I see. I was looking for the public comments. I think Ms. Flint did provide a written statement too. Public comment.
Madam Mayor, I would suggest maybe we get back on the plan that the process calls for, which should be the applicant to have an opportunity to have their 10 minutes. At this point, before we go to more public
Had
comment.
a written comment he wanted to read. You can read the written comment as your next.
Oh.
Thank you. Hello. I still can't, is it on? Thank you.
Yeah, it's on.
Wanted to, recording been on the whole time or was it turned off? Mayor went to break. Was the recording on for all of Pat Flint's statement or no?
Forward.
Yeah, got it.
Video is.
Up till then, that's been the witnesses that are not here, we're going to try to explain to you a little more clearly about how it is that their fair arguments by their personal observations are listened to by courts as evidence of substantial evidence of new and more severe impacts not contemplated by the EIR. The witness was going to try to explain to you how that is what the court will look at in the fair argument rule without any studies. I'll conclude there.
I'm confused. Did you give the name of the witness whose statement you read?
No, the witness left, and I'm trying to assimilate what the witness was going to say.
You didn't have their name like you had all the other
I have
names?
names. You want names?
Well, the name of that witness?
Yes.
Did you have that person's name?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Or did the clerk have the name?
No, ma'am.
I summarized James DePrado and Jonathan Dunn, who left.
James DePrado and Jonathan Dunn.
They
Okay.
left. Thank you.
All right. That was the last witness, and now we can open it up for the applicant. The applicant. Oh, there you are. You have 10 minutes to speak?
Before my 10 minutes start, Mr. Goddard was awarded or offered 20 minutes. Is there some reason why I can't also be offered 20 minutes?
Only got 9. Excuse me,
Please be
Maria,
respectful.
you're not allowed to speak.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I was asking the question of the mayor.
I believe
Excuse me, the time frame that was set up of 10 minutes was anticipation of following the procedure as dictated. Because Mr. Goddard asked as a courtesy to have his witnesses go out of order, I think in fairness to the applicant, he normally would have the opportunity to give his presentation like Mr. Goddard did. Then the people would normally speak from the public, and then he would have a chance to rebut to that. But now he's being asked to do it all in one shot.
Oh,
So I think that in fairness, he should at least have 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
So
But it's up to the mayor.
I'm sorry, but if you could explain that for me. 15 minutes, including me and all of the witnesses that are here to speak on behalf of the project?
15 minutes for...
Just me?
Just you.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, well.
And you can call witnesses after that.
After
like Mr.
that,
Goddard did.
if I chose to, okay. All right.
You can start 15 minutes.
Oh, okay, all right. Thank you very much. My name is David Stroud. The project Yarborough, if you weren't familiar with it previous to the last 2 hours, you probably are familiar with it now. It's a 3,000 unit project that was approved back in 2008, yes. It includes an 18-hole golf course. It includes a mix and variety of residential densities from mixed-use single-family apartment buildings, apartments or condos structured around a retail area and a lake area, to medium-density homes and also low-density homes. Everything from workforce housing, which is something that our city and the region desperately needs, to executive housing. Instead of going through a lot of I have 20 pages of notes, and so I'm going to try to go through this very quickly. There have been a number of permits and accomplishments that we have gained since the approval of the map. We started in 2010 actively pursuing the resource agency permits, the Section 404 individual permit, which, as Mr. Goddard pointed out, is the only permit that has not yet been offered to us from the Corps of Engineers. There is a Regional Water Quality Control Board permit certification water discharge that was provided in January 2021. We've obtained a consistency letter from the city regarding the project's compliance with the YOLO HCP and CCP. We've paid approximately $700,000 in mitigation fees to the YOLO HCP for that compliance. With the completion of the Section 7 consultation requirements with the Army Corps of Engineers and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service as to the two federally listed species that were impacted by the project. We've obtained a jurisdictional determination from the Army Corps. We've obtained a streambed alteration agreement from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. We've acquired and secured and provided to the YOLO Land Trust property adjacent, 420 acres of land adjacent to the YOLO bypass, and we put that in a conservation easement, which was a requirement of the mitigation and monitoring plan that was approved with the project. We've obviously submitted a vested tenant map, which came before the Planning Commission in August, was approved unanimously by the Planning Commission after 2 public hearings. The map that was approved by the Planning Commission and subsequently appealed by Mr. Goddard is 548 medium and low-density home lots. That would equate to basically 4,500 to 5,500 square foot home parcels, which would accommodate somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,800 to 3,000 square foot homes. Homes in Yarborough were approved with a master design guidelines attached to the project. So all the homes that are going to be built will be reviewed by your staff in terms of architectural design standards and guidelines. That includes the affordable housing that would be included in the project as well, which we are required to include, by the way, as a result of the ordinances that the city has to comply with. Goddard's appeal basically, even though he has a right to appeal, obviously everybody does, a lot of the information that he has provided is either found somewhere where we can't find it, or it's inaccurate, or it's misstated or misrepresented. His appeal his appeal argues that that we prepare a supplemental EIR based on 10 categories of loosely described CEQA impacts. He also criticizes the project's inclusion of an approach towards affordable units and requests further delays to the project to allow for another public workshop or a public workshop. You've obviously been supplied with hundreds of pages of material from your staff in regards to information regarding the project. You've also heard city staff's presentation tonight. I'm not a CEQA lawyer, obviously, but I'll try to briefly address the issues that Mr. Goddard has tried to bring up in terms of trying to make a case that CEQA needs to be redone, that they're redone, that there needs to be an amendment or another EIR completed. Basically, an EIR was already certified for the Yarborough project. CEQA provides that there is a presumption against additional environmental review. This is because the time to challenge the original EIR has long since expired, and the focus of the inquiry is whether circumstances have changed enough to justify repeating a substantial portion of that process. Mr. Goddard continually ignores the applicable legal standards and instead confusingly refers to cases and legal standards relevant only to the low threshold for requiring the preparation of an EIR in the first place. Mr. Goddard claims and makes this claim that that the project EIR is old, that there's a need for a supplemental EIR, and he has argued that he has never seen or does not know of a project that would rely on a 16-year-old EIR. Both of those comments and allegations are misleading. I'm going to only offer 3 examples. In 2010, the City of San Diego reviewed an EIR that was 18 years old and overturned. There was a determination that no further CEQA review was required under that circumstance. In 2023, the City of Newport Beach made the determination that no new conditions required preparation of a subsequent or supplemental EIR from the prior 2006 EIR, which was 17 years old. And then the last one, the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency in 2016 looked at a 1998 EIR, 18 years old. There are examples that this has happened. I'm not an EIR attorney. I'll let your counsel, my counsel, and all the attorneys here in the room explain those issues. There are issues in regards to traffic. As has been described several times now, there were a number of projects that were analyzed initially when the draft EIR was prepared. There were somewhere in the neighborhood of 9,400 units that were projected to be built at that time that the draft EIR was prepared. As has already been stated, we are looking now at somewhere in the neighborhood of 4,000 units that now would be built. So there's somewhere in the neighborhood of 58% reduction in the number of units that were analyzed. And as they were analyzed, the mitigations that were suggested and required of that 90 some odd hundred units that were proposed to be built at the time. And as you know, as you've already heard, 2 of those projects never made it to the starting line. The other 2 projects are actually proposing a lesser number of units now than they were at that point in time. In regards to the, one more fact as we're talking about growth in the city. When the EIR was analyzed, they actually analyzed not just the 10,000 new people that have moved in since 2008, which has been stated and I believe is accurate, but an additional 25,000 people were projected to be included at populations in the city in 2024 were 25,000 people less than what was projected in the environmental impact report. That doesn't mean that traffic is not impacted. It certainly is. One of the reasons, honestly, that we see traffic impact is if we'd been able to build this project sooner, current conditions would not be as they are because the project's proposed road improvements would already be in place. If this project doesn't move forward, there is no other pending project that we are aware of that would make these improvements to Jefferson Boulevard, to rebuilding Burroughs Road. Could we put a map up? I don't know how to make this work. There we go. To rebuild Burroughs Road is the red line down at the bottom of the map there. Bevan Road is included in what would be built. That's the that's the red line at the top, near the middle of the map. The extensions of Southport Parkway, and then it has been talked about several times now, the full improvement of Jefferson Boulevard with 4 lanes, medians, landscape sidewalks, et cetera, from Linden Road all the way down to Southport Parkway, which is depicted by the last stoplight on that map right there. Now, people, I've heard testimony tonight about, well, that improvement's not going to come until 400 homes are built. That's not correct. That improvement will be started from the very first time that this project is able to pull a grading permit. The grading permit is the first action that happens on any project. The grading permit has to be pulled. We have to have engineering plans completed. The work starts to build the roadways. Under the roadways first, however, goes sewer lines and water lines and everything, drainage lines, everything that's required to support a project like this. As that is going on, Jefferson Boulevard is going to be under construction. How long does it take to build 400 homes? Quite a while. How long does it take to build the 3/4 of a mile or mile that it's going to take to improve Jefferson Boulevard? Quite a while. But I would imagine, and I'm here because construction is part of what we do. You don't start a project like Jefferson Boulevard and stop it and start it and stop it. When you start, you finish it. Costs more to start and stop. So it will be under construction, and if not fully completed by the time we get 400 homes built, it will be pretty damn close. Builders don't build homes, and they're not going to build 400 homes and let them sit there. They build them as people are available to buy them. When we were originally approved, the construction of Jefferson Boulevard was required after 1,500 homes were built in the project. That would have been phase 2 or phase 3 of the project. We're doing that now with the first 548. And actually, we're doing it at the insistence of the city staff and the city manager. They recognize the need to enhance traffic improvements in the city and made us. Wasn't something we wanted to agree to right up front, but made us build basically a $25 million piece of improvement that we didn't originally anticipate we were going to have to do up front. We've agreed to do that. Flooding issues seem to be predominant on everybody's comments tonight. I can't speak from an expert standpoint in regards to that. I do know that obviously West Africa has made dramatic improvements to the levee system. I do know that by 2037, they say they will have the system to a point of a 200-year flood. I do know that we do have a 100-year flood control right now. And I do know that as contrary to Mr. Goddard's comments, back in 2008, when the project was approved at that point in time, the 100-year flood requirement was already in place. Katrina happened, I believe, back in 2005. So there was a great deal of emphasis on this project, on the requirements that would be made, the mitigation that would have to be enforced in order for it to go forward. Not to mention the fact that all of these new homes are going to be paying a substantial fee to help build these flood control improvements. I would like to address several other things. I've got 2 minutes. I'm not going to be able to make it. The golf course. We've had several golf course management companies look at this and tell us that it is feasible, that it will make a profit once it is built. Golf is certainly something that has benefited from the COVID pandemic. Golf play has grown substantially. Just today, and you can look this up, in the Golf Inc. magazine, the headline reads, 2024 golf rounds played on pace for a record-setting year. It's not something that maybe 8 years ago any of us would have expected, but it's certainly changed. Finally, in regards to housing and affordable housing, Mr. Goddard keeps referring to our project having tiny lots. Those same tiny lots are the lots that if you live in Bridgeway Island or you live in Bridgeway Lakes, it's those same lots. It's the same projects. Now, those houses in Bridgeway Island and Bridgeway Lakes don't have a golf course to back up to. So there's going to be a golf course to back up to. There's going to be lakes to back up to, which are going to enhance the value of those homes. I expect that a lot of these homes will not be cheap, but that's why the affordable housing is really, even though it's hard for us as a developer to give away the land, which is basically what we're doing, in order to enhance the ability to finance these affordable projects. They are needed. The city has a requirement to address them. and we are attempting to address it the best way that we can. I've got a whole bunch more information. I'm just going to end with this. The financial gain from the city will be, the city is going to collect upwards of $40 million in impact fees. The school district's going to collect somewhere in the neighborhood of $35 million in school fees. The project's going to build somewhere in the neighborhood of $200 million in infrastructure, streets, roads, sewers, parks, drainage systems, which will all be maintained by the new people that come to town. And in the end, they will also be entering into a public services or public safety CFD, the first time the city has ever enacted one, which will help pay for whatever you guys want to spend the money on, but basically police and fire.
Thank you, Mr. Stroud.
Thank you.
I have a question. If we have any questions to the applicant
Sorry.
or the appellant among the council members, that's,
Well, normally what would happen is that the staff, as you saw, was giving responses to your questions, and then the appellant would do the same.
I see.
So, and then for the applicant, so whether you want to go back, at this point, you've heard the evidence. I don't know if, I think he may have witnesses he wanted.
I do.
Oh, you have
You can ask me
witnesses.
questions now, or we have several witnesses. I actually don't know the names of each of them that are here, so I'm going to ask them to come up one at a time. You're going to give them 3 minutes, I assume.
yes,
Okay. And I'd be happy to, if I can, to answer your question.
sure.
Whoever wants to go. Natalie wants to go first.
And your glasses are up on top.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilwomen. It's been a while since I've been to one of these, so bear with me.
I'm sorry, can you state your name?
I'm Natalie Hinkle. My husband and I live in West Sac and own a business in West Sac. We moved here over 23 years ago when we were newlyweds, looking for an affordable place to live. Soon after, we moved our business from Rancho Cordova to West Sacramento and planted our roots here. We became involved in the West Sac Chamber, where my husband, Phil Hinkle, served on the board for 10 years. In that time, Phil was the chair of the golf tournament, raising funds to advocate for businesses in West Sacramento and benefiting the chamber. We also started the West Sac Golf Club, where we had over 60 active members from West Sacramento, where we held golf tournaments monthly and also held putting and driving events. We had a lot of fun. And I met many members of our community through the club who I still keep in touch with today. My husband also chaired Our Lady of Grace's golf tournament, where our children went to school, where we raised funds for the community. And unfortunately, without a golf course in town, all the golf events had to be held outside of West Sacramento. So many of us had held out hope that Yarborough would get developed so we could call it our home course and grow the club. It really wasn't hard to get 60 active members, and I'm pretty confident if we had one here, we would have a thriving community of golfers. We are looking for the opportunity to reemerge our golf club and confident that it would be an active recreational amenity that will offer a venue to hold many events and have a place for many teens to go and learn the game of golf and go to the driving range, be with their friends, be involved with First Tee, get involved in the high school. We think it'd be a really positive impact on West Sacramento and offer something that isn't here. We think it'll be an economy generator and provide much needed tax dollars to fix our potholes and bring outside residents and business persons having a reason to travel into West Sacramento to play golf, stay and eat, and shop before they head home. Being a real estate broker, I keep reading and hearing residents communicate they want restaurants and stores such as Trader Joe's. If I see another post about Trader Joe's, they want the rooftops. And many of these businesses the community is begging for won't come unless there's enough rooftops or traffic count within the trade area. I do believe that Yarborough, in combination of what we've brought so far to West Sac, will bring Trader Joe's here eventually. One thing I like about Yarborough is it's diverse and its quality. I think it's one of the most beautiful developments I've seen presented to West Sac. I know that they had, at the time I reviewed it, they had a renowned golf designer slated to design the golf course. And we would never have considered West Sac if it wasn't for Bridgeway Islands development. And Bridgeway, we moved to Bridgeway Lakes. They were all developed by ASB Properties. I have confidence in their expertise and knowledge and development and what it takes to provide a first-class community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hinkle.
Good evening, Councilwoman. My name is Lisa Greenfield, and I didn't realize that I was a witness here tonight. I thought I was a member of the public simply expressing my feelings about this project. So I will continue with what I've submitted to you. I'm far more optimistic than any person I think I've heard speak here tonight. But I'd like to say that the city's not required under CEQA to require a new Yarborough environmental impact report due to the passage of time. Yarborough has not changed since its inception, and as conceived and approved, it is even more relevant today than ever. It includes a mix of housing types that will appeal to a wide range of family incomes, to a growing and maybe retired West Sacramento. The project provides much-needed family-friendly recreation opportunities close to home, trails, parks, open spaces. Yarborough will also make possible more retail businesses. A golf course will invite others from the region to visit West Sacramento and contribute to our economy. Not enough is said about associated financial gains that will enhance our city's financial condition and our public services. In so many ways, our small town now needs the economic boost that Yarborough offers. The city has negotiated a revised development agreement with ASB Properties to bring Yarborough into compliance with the city's current general plan. In doing so, the city has acted responsibly and in our best interest to address changes over time. Also, new roads and bridges built since Yarborough EIR approval now better support traffic flow. Traffic flow will only improve with Yarborough road improvements that will complete the widening of Jefferson Boulevard and additional traffic control improvements and dramatically improve some adjacent roads. When I bought my home, Jefferson Boulevard was 2 lanes, which I shared with tractors. I and others survived. Also, historically, our road improvements have been built concurrent with development. Again, I and others survived. I believe people are smart enough to adjust schedules and use new routes to avoid congestion if need be. Somehow we always find our way, and we can endure short-term inconvenience for long-term gain. There is nothing to gain by forcing a new EIR or any other delay. Delay will only add additional cost and result in more expensive housing that is already too expensive for much of the workforce. Also, school districts statewide are often called to provide new public school instruction and facilities equal to the needs of new housing development. Districts do so by keeping an eye on growth with the assistance of development fees and other sources of revenue. I have much more to say, but I have submitted these comments to the council for your consideration. Thank you very much.
So much.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Mayor Guerrero, Council. My name is Denise Domke. I'm the President and CEO of the West Sacramento Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber endorsed the Yarborough development in 2008 and continues to endorse. The Chamber also supports the staff's report and specifically the adoption of Resolution 24-199. Well thought out residential development that includes housing for a range of residential needs is sound economic development. A healthy mix of housing attracts and sustains new businesses. Yarborough meets the EIR Yarborough's EIR meets the current CEQA guidelines. It meets the Southport master plan and in many areas exceeds that master plan. It's been a carefully planned structure through layers of councils that have had opportunity to review this project. And perhaps most importantly, it builds needed workforce housing. We see it in our community discussion pages. People need places to live, and this meets that need. And to take a little visit back historically, Lighthouse Golf Course was a point of pride for this community. At the point when that property was sold to eventually become a gated community, councils and developers and planners were really focused on an opportunity to build a public golf course. It was a significant focus. When ASB Properties brought forward with the Yarborough project that included an 18-hole course, the community was excited and enthusiastic and supportive. Homes were purchased solely because of golf. Businesses invested in Jefferson Plaza and areas surrounding the proposed Southport Village in anticipation of a golf course. Golf courses are amenities. They are public amenities. They are also regional draws. And so, bottom line, that golf course was a promise deferred. And now it's time to be a promise fulfilled. And so we encourage your support of the staff report. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. So I'm going to be very brief, but I am going to state the obvious.
And your name, please?
Oscar Villegas, Yolo County Supervisor. And I actually had the advantage of being a part of the conversation when the development agreement was developed many, many years ago. So I speak with a little bit of experience. I'll simply say this. There's no question the traffic issue that's been discussed here this evening ad nauseum is significant, but I also believe that some of the mitigation measures and the other enhancements that both the applicant and staff have provided will make a huge difference. We're just slightly behind in that space. I also believe that a development agreement that we have is a huge benefit to our community. You talk to elected officials outside of this city, in the region, in the state, they would kill for a DA that's in place so that they know exactly what they can expect and what the benefits have been negotiated on behalf of both the community and the developer, so that there's some uncertainty going forward. Development agreements are relatively rare. The last thing you want is for the developer to walk away, have a fire sale. There are parcels everywhere that are already zoned residential, and now you're trying to figure out how to develop with every developer trying to figure out how to maximize their own parcel in Southport. That's a colossal disaster. You want a development agreement. I think this is the right development agreement. Master planning is the only way to go. And then I'll just emphasize very quickly, workforce housing inside the closed session room, you guys have it as your 2023 policy objective, one of the key policy objectives. Workforce housing, I don't have to say another word. We all know how important housing is and how important it is in our community for our police and our teachers, which I think is identified in your policy objectives. It's for that reason that I support staff's recommendation that you deny. Thank you very much.
Let me play with this first.
I'll introduce you, Supervisor Mike Allen.
What's that?
I introduced you already.
Yeah, I'm having fun. I just have a couple of quick things to say, and I think we could spend a lot of time on the impacts and the mitigations for this project, and that, quite frankly, is something you're going to have to wrestle with and figure it out and make it work. But I have high faith in you all to be able to do that, to make this project work. And I think you should make this project work. And I don't think you should delay it with further analysis. I think you should just get going and make it happen. One, this is the very kind of project that we envisioned when we first incorporated. When we first decided that we want to have quality development in our community. And back in '87, we didn't have a lot of things to brag about. But this project, this kind of project, would certainly have been high on our list. Not just as an amenity for our community, which it will be. If I had the money, I want to live there. This is a fantastic addition to the community. You know, we have a golf team, for instance, at the high school. Well, where in the heck do those guys practice? They got to go over to Sacramento. That's unacceptable to me. There's an adult golf club here that has to go somewhere else. They can't play in their hometown. I'm sure we can talk Mr. Stroud into making sure that the new operator of the golf course is going to create all kinds of community events and opportunities for our citizens to participate. So this is one, folks, we could debate EIRs and appeals and all that stuff that we're blue in the face and the mitigations for it, but we got to make it happen. That's your job. You got to make this project happen. And the other thing I want to say is, I'm sitting there listening to Mr. Stroud. I've known this man since the city was incorporated. You know him as well. You know him from the projects that he's already brought to West Sacramento. He's a developer. Oh my God, he's a developer. Yeah. He also believes in this mission for West Sacramento, and he's also delivered on everything he's ever said he would do for our community to make it a better place, to build housing for our community that we're proud of, that we can point to as something that's really, really high quality and good for us. So I think, you know, leadership isn't easy. But you wonderful people here have the capacity to get this thing done. And I have high faith that you will. And I think that's all I have to say, except, lastly, Brother Goddard, where you been? This thing has been on the books since 2008, and, well, here we are, 2024, and you've got all these objections. And he's an attorney. By the way, he lives really close to this project. So is that what's going on here? Or is he really that concerned about process? I don't know. I know that if I was that concerned about process, I wouldn't bring a pithy sign. So let's support Mr. Stroud in doing really the best thing for our city to get it done. Thank you so much for your attention.
Those are hard acts to follow. I never thought I would talk after Oscar and Mike. Good evening. I'm Joanne Moffett, an 18-year resident of Southport, and I started working in West Sac 5 years before that. I'm a partner, co-owner of a local civil engineering firm, Cunningham Engineering, and I mention that because I do not have any skin in this game. I'm not involved with this project at all. I'm here as a resident. So I was not planning on speaking today. But anybody that knows me in this room knows I can't sit still, and I'll explode if I don't talk in 3.5 hours. So I really have just been taking notes today and wanted to just rebuttal some of the things that I heard. So first of all, and I'm going to be quick, the EIR, we've followed the rules. It's approved. Let's proceed. Just like Mike said, let's go. Measure O, we haven't even mentioned the wonderfulness that Measure O just got passed that's going to address potholes, road repair, police, and fire. So we all have those same concerns, but you already have a fix. That's in the works. We got it. Somebody else mentioned retail follows rooftops. Everybody talks about wanting retail. That sales tax at Measure O, we're going to have it. So A's traffic, I heard that today. That's temporary. Unfortunately, the A's are only going to be here 3 years. And then, as we keep talking about traffic, when I started dating and married my husband, he lived in San Francisco. Talk to people in the Bay Area or talk to people in LA. They would laugh at us about our traffic issues. You know, I welcome that. You know, so if Jefferson's a little bit busy, go down Harbor, go down Industrial, find other ways out. I mean, I think it's really, really laughable to say that we have a traffic problem. I know we do. I know it can get fixed. There's widening of roads and stuff. But put it in perspective. Really, seriously, it's not as bad as some others. Next point. I haven't heard today, but I kind of felt the tone of NIMBY, not in my backyard. I don't want this project in my backyard. No one said that exactly, but I don't want us, West Sacramento, to even hint at the reputation of Davis. Yes, we are a YIMBY community. Let's get this done. Then I heard some misinformation about West Sac High School and that maybe we need a second high school. But our high school, we had such great planning 20 years ago. Our West Sac High School is designed like a Trivial Pursuit piece, and there's some empty parcels ready for expansion. So that people had planned that. Like, this is not a surprise that these projects are in the works. So let's get it done. And then the next thing I thought, and this is my last point, is this golf course. It's a private business venture. People are saying, well, it's not sustainable, it'll fail. So what? That's their private business. That's capitalism. I don't know if they're going to charge $50 a round or $250 a round. I'm sure they've done a performance. Let them figure it out. It's a private business wanting to come to town. Good for them. Let's do it. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers?
Okay. So not having any other speakers, I think this would be the time where you could start with the questions you might have, I would assume, for the appellant first.
We can have the questions or public comment. Is there any request to speak at this time? We can, if you did, does council have any questions?
I just. I do have.
The record, just to be clear, prior to the beginning of this hearing, there was a request or a motion about records that, information that was, evidence that was submitted last night that I wanted to review. Sure. I would move to keep it out as cumulative based on the testimony I've heard. I don't think it's relevant.
See. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be fine. What do I do? Anything? Do we take a vote? Do we?
No, you don't have to accept it into evidence.
Okay.
That's just my recommendation.
Do I ask the plaintiff, the appellant that question, if it's okay?
That was his motion.
That was his motion.
He was moving to exclude it.
That's the question. Do we take a vote on it? Do we?
You as the hearing, as the lead, can just move to exclude it.
Oh. Can I ask one clarifying question?
Mm-hmm.
Is it both pieces or the one that was submitted last night?
I'm only talking about the one, we already accepted the one earlier. This is the one that was submitted last night that I hadn't had a chance to see. And then his declaration in response to that last night. It's cumulative, in my opinion. And for the sake of efficiency, I don't think it adds anything.
We are going to grant
the motion.
Mr. Goddard's request. There's no vote taken. I just need to take that. We're going to grant Mr. Goddard's request.
As to to exclude the evidence received last night.
As to the evidence received last night. Right.
And then, I'm sorry, and you're also excluding Mr. Goddard's email from last night?
Cumulative.
Correct.
Or whatever that one.
That's what the.
Both pieces of evidence.
Thank you.
And that's all we need to do, right?
Yep.
No vote?
No.
Okay.
Mayor, I have
yes,
a question. Earlier when we spoke about if we had any financial interest, and we all said we didn't, that doesn't include like any political contribution that we may have gotten from Mr. Stroud or anything. That doesn't constitute like a financial gain or anything. I just want to make sure.
Well, there are the rules on financial contributions received within
a year,
12 months, I think.
12 months.
So that would, so yes, that would be one. The other is financial interest, like if you own property within 500 feet of the project boundary, in the unlikely event that you worked.
No, it was more on the political contribution.
Councilmember, I would like to ask Mr. Rafferty that question to clarify what the that part of it. There's the two part. There's the campaign contribution, but the
let me clarify. Just having received a campaign contribution of less than $250, I do not think that constitutes a financial interest. I'll look to Mr. Rafferty.
I don't think that.
But the conflict of financial interest is separate from the campaign contribution.
Correct. I think that's why I think yes. I believe
so
that's correct.
Only in the event that you had received more than 200.
Correct.
And you, as a council member, would just need to keep track of that yourself and decide from here. You don't need to report it under the conflicts of financial interest. You just need to keep track of it yourself and decide whether you can take action and vote on this. And if not, if anybody finds out and reports it to the FPPC, you can get fined.
Well, I haven't. It just
Right.
sort of went through my mind. I thought I just wanted to be clear on that.
I asked the same question earlier too. Okay, so, with that, we're okay to ask, public further comment at this time among the council members, or do you have any questions? All right, Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak at this time?
Yes, ma'am. Lori Melson. Tom Morrow.
He spoke already into
Oh,
public
sorry.
comment.
Alicia Greenfield. Maria Grijalva. Irene Eklund. Denise Duncan.
Denise
Sure
already
did.
spoke.
Matt Weaver.
I spoke earlier on an item that wasn't on the agenda, to be clear. This is about the
No,
item.
we got that.
Okay, this item on the agenda. I gave up my King's tickets tonight. I sat vacant. I could be here for this because I moved to West Sacramento 21 years ago. And to hear from some people in the room and some people in our neighborhood groups, I'm not considered an old timer in West Sacramento, that I haven't earned the right to have a strong enough opinion about how our communities develop. I say contrary. I've invested a lot of money into this community. I've built jobs in this community. I've brought families to this community. I vote in this community. And whether I've been here for 21 days or 21 years, I'm very pleased to be a resident of West Sacramento. And the big reason of why I'm pleased is smart planning. These plans have been on our books for almost the entirety time of my residency in West Sacramento. First living in Southport in the Newport Estates and later moving to Bridgeway Lakes. I've always been very excited at the prospects of this. As a business owner, I've been waiting for the residential growth that stalled in 2008. The very stall that put many businesses out of business in 2008 put this project on the sidelines. It also put tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of housing units on the sidelines. We are in a housing crisis because of what happened in 2008. And here we have a developer who's willing to put all of their wealth, their finances, all of their leverage on the table to build a better community here in West Sacramento. We've got not in my backyard. We don't want tiny homes. We don't want mobile homes. We don't want apartments. We don't want golf courses. What do we want? Tents? People living next to our freeways? What is going on? It is always not in my backyard. Guys, we need to make room for our children to own homes here, our grandchildren to own homes here. This isn't a conversation we should even be wasting city resources on, but instead we have people not even respecting the process, not even respecting the 3-minute rule, not even respecting the opinions of their neighbors. This project needs to move on, move past the NIMBY, and we need to get it on and make West Sacramento a world-class city. Thank you.
Levon Cohen.
Yvonne Cohen. I just wanted to reiterate something that one of the other speakers said earlier about the EIR and a substantial change. I do think the Delta Shores and the artery that was built that is forcing people down South River Road or down River Road, onto Jefferson, onto Gregory, is a substantial change from when the EIR was done in 08 or even in 16 because it wasn't built until 2017. I would also question whether or not someone mentioned the new building that's going across from Lowe's. Back when the EIRs were done, I presume the port owned that land then. Not sure what was planned for it, and so I would want to know if whatever is going in there is also a substantial change that would call for a new EIR. I'm fairly confident Amazon was not planned back when the EIR was done. And make no mistake, I'm not opposed to the plan at all. I just think we need the traffic mitigation to be done. Village Parkway needs to be extended all the way to Jefferson. It ends right now at Gregory. I can see the purple line. It'd be great if you asked Mr. Stroud if that is Village that's getting extended. It is. Great. And Jefferson's 4 lanes. That all needs to be done before they do this, because all of these houses are great, but not if we're all just stuck in gridlock. I also question, and I'm a golfer, I can't wait to have a golf course. How are they crossing the 4 lanes of Jefferson Boulevard? Because from what I saw in the pictures, half of the course is on one side and half is on the other. And so in 2 places, it looks like you have to cross 4-lane Jefferson Boulevard. If it's lights, is it going to be a bridge over the top of Jefferson? Yeah. Oh, well, going to be a pretty tall one then if trucks aren't going to be going up and down Jefferson any longer. So that's all. Thank you.
Anna Swenson.
Good evening. My name is Anna Swenson, and I'm actually your neighbor from Clarksburg. And I saw this online and was compelled to come down here, even though I get up at 4 in the morning, because we have been heavily impacted by the project that was at Delta Shores. We were aware of the project, and funny enough, we were actually creating a sign for Freeport that featured the very trees that the project cut down 3 days after we had the meeting, right? And so I know that these things happen. And so when I was thinking about an EIR that is basically as old as the time that you could have a baby and have them grow up and start driving a car, seems to me that something that is outdated. And I know that there are many, many mitigating factors that have changed in 16 years. I know that the Delta Shore folks never imagined the amount of traffic that would use the Freeport Bridge. They never imagined the gridlock that would happen. And so what I'm imagining is this old EIR that doesn't take into consideration any of the other developments that have happened that may not be directly connected to West Sac, but definitely as far as traffic goes. Sorry to talk about it ad nauseum, but it is a major issue. The connection or the development of those very, very large developments, there is no way those were considered in this EIR. I'm not against this project. Either way, I know we need housing. What I'm against is just pushing it through because it's here and it's time and we should do it. But we shouldn't do it if it's ill-planned. We shouldn't do it if it has an old EIR. If it's a good project, it'll survive another phase of EIR. It may be a small delay. It may be a small amount of money, especially to a developer. But I think that your reputation to make sure that not only you're doing good housing for West Sac, but you're being good neighbors to folks like us in Clarksburg. Because we have no choice. We're impacted. There's nothing we can do. That Freeport is now an unincorporated section of Sacramento. They have no representation. There is literally no one for us to go to have any sort of feedback or to have any way of being able to communicate with the government agency that now is taking over Freeport. It's not part of the county. It's part of the city now. And it is a nightmare, absolute nightmare. And I can only imagine if there was a flood and we were trying to get out and they're trying to get out and we haven't thought about this very well and we haven't taken into consideration the new things that are happening with levees and the new things that are happening with flood control and the new things that are happening with the developments around us, you're going to create or approve a development that is based upon an EIR that literally is so old that it would be a baby to the point where it drives, right? That's a very, very long time and a lot of things change in between here and there. So if it's a good project, I say we do a new EIR, we take into consideration all of the things that matter, including traffic and light, noise pollution, and all of those things. Thank you so much.
We have no additional requests to speak on this item.
Okay, closing the public comment point. And let's see. Do we allow the appellant and the applicant to respond to the public comment at this time?
I think the I think that the appellant you can respond to the public comment
Yes.
and also your questions at this point.
Oh, okay. Do they both stand up there at the same time?
No, I think you do one and then the other.
One at a time.
Mhm.
Okay. Mr. Goddard, please come on up. We just go back and.
Okay, took a little beating there. In rebuttal to what was said, I want to start with,
And we have 5 minutes.
yeah, I got it, thank you. What was not answered. So I raised questions earlier, and so did Councilperson Alcala. Very good question. What did not get answered yet, so I hope you'll ask the developer when he stands back up here. No permit from the Corps of Engineers, 16 years. Why not? Where is it? Please ask. We have talked about golf course and everybody's opinion in the world about it.
Sorry, can you go back to the Army Corps of Engineers?
Yeah, no permit from the Army Corps of Engineers. It's outstanding still.
Okay.
I don't know why. I don't know what he lacks, but he gave you a list of what he did do, but not what he didn't.
Okay.
Second, we've talked endlessly about golf courses. Why on earth, ask please the developer, did you not just do a feasibility study? It's not $1 billion, then we don't have to speculate. I don't want to speculate, and I don't want to listen to speculation. I want to know. You should too. Simple. Why didn't you do that, Mr. Developer? Simple. Mr. Stroud was much maligning my alleged misstatements, and I couldn't really tell what he was aiming at except in two ways. One, he found some old EIRs. My remark was, I can't find a 16-year-old EIR under these circumstances, and there are none. The ones he just named are entirely different circumstances. And he didn't delineate that because he's not an attorney, although he just gave you a load of legalese that I think he read from his attorney, but he's not giving you legal advice. I do see that I am in error about the distance of the improvement of Jefferson. It is apparently not the 0.3 of a mile that I measured on the way here tonight. It's all a whole 3/4 of a mile from Linden to Southport. If everybody only drives on that, I guess we're good to go. But Jefferson, you got to get there. You got to go either end of that 3/4 of a mile. What are you going to do with that? That's the issue. It's not improving the whole roadway. It's improving a small 3/4 portion of it, 3/4 mile portion. Why not? Why are we not doing more than that? It's completely insufficient, improved or not improved. Mr. Stroud talked about density of his development, his 548 lots. He calls them small lots. I did not. It's right there. He said they're commensurate with Bridgeway Island. It might be a stretch. I don't know about that, but I'm not an expert in everything in Bridgeway Island. But I do know that he has some small lots, and they're very tightly connected without much setback. 3,500 square feet, that's not much of a lot. 6,000 square feet's a normal lot. So these are small. They are dense. I think that's true. You don't have a map to look at. Neither does anybody here. But it would be a good thing to do so. Finally, on density, Mr. Stroud says that he is required to put in 10% density. Low-income housing in this project. Well, the first phase then would be 30 units, would it not? No, 10%. Yeah, 30 units. Well, that's not what's happening. The first phase of this project has 200 low-income or what you like to call affordable housing units. That's 60% of the overall requirement. Why did that happen? That's not required by law. 10% is required, not 60%. Why is it in the first phase? I can tell you why it's in the first phase. Because according to Mr. Stroud, and I'm going to quote what he told me, Mr. Laurel asked him to do so. The Liberty developer in the Planning Commission stated the same thing on the record. Mr. Laurel asked him to put the higher density up front because why? Simple. The RHNA numbers aren't sufficient on low density. We need more of it, so we're putting it up front on the development. Otherwise, you'd spread that 25% over the 4 phases. 300, 25% each phase. That's the way it ought to be. That's normal, but we're putting it in the front end. Something to look at. I'm not sure why we're doing it. I think it's important to note, because we just heard what a great job he does. You know, I sound like I don't like this guy. I do. He's a decent man. I'm not telling you he's a bad guy. There's nothing wrong with what he's trying to do. He's a tentative map getter, and he gets money to do that. Nothing wrong with that. It's a good job. I don't have any insults for him. I say this, though. The Business Journal quotes that he's presently in negotiations to sell that map, and he'll be gone. He won't be constructing this project like the last project, Bridgeway, Chrisley, Beazer, Meritage, California Homes, JB, Morrison, Rain and Bar. Does those ring a bell? Those are the contractors that did the work, and they are all, if you talk to the people, I did a survey, varying levels of quality. He's not doing this development. Contractors are. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goddard.
Oh, and I'm not a NIMBY. I'll be dead before this project is done, for crying out loud. 3,000 homes is going to be in everybody's backyard. I don't resent development.
Thank
Quality
you, Mr. Goddard.
development.
The applicant.
Yes, yeah. Mr. You have 5 minutes.
I have 5 minutes. I'll take his points and just run down the list. The Corps permit. We have every permit that's required in order to achieve a Corps of Engineers permit. We've been told by the managers at the Corps who are over in Sacramento that we were supposed to have had it at the end of September. Now they tell us we're supposed to have it at the end of October. Now they're telling us it may be end of November. That's not something we control. All of the information has been supplied. All of the various water quality issues, all of the issues pertaining to species, plant species, etc. All of that's answered. All of those studies are in. Mr. Goddard, as usual, is making a bigger issue of something that we will need. We can't start the construction of the project until we get it. The golf feasibility. We do have a golf feasibility study. We haven't made it available to anybody because it's ours. We wouldn't be spending this much time trying to get an approval to build a golf course without one. And in fact, we do have people that are wanting to buy the project and wanting to buy homes. That is what we are doing. We've sold project at Bridgeway Island to a variety of builders. We don't build homes. We build the infrastructure and put it in place and work through all of this minutia in order to get to the point where somebody can. In terms of the old EIR, we disagree with Mr. Goddard. Those EIRs that we mentioned in our notes to you today, and I believe they're mentioned in the letter that our attorney sent you, are specifically the same type of issue that we're dealing with here right now. In fact, 2 of the 3 that I mentioned, and I don't have them memorized, are older than the EIR that we were dealing with here. Jefferson improvement. I'm not sure what he meant. We are widening Jefferson from the point where it is not widened all the way down to the project, and then we are actually improving Jefferson from Southport Parkway, if you can envision the map, to the end of the city limits. Now, it won't be 4 lanes, it'll just be 2 lanes down there. We are actually along Davis Road, along up at Lake Washington Boulevard, and one other spot, I can't remember which where, we are actually putting in turn lanes and stoplights. The reason you do that is so that the flow of traffic can be enhanced and you can manage it. That's one of the problems with the traffic on Jefferson Boulevard right now. We haven't been able to get this project started so somebody could build these improvements. And there's nobody behind me to do that. We're the ones that are here to do it. Densities. Small lots is a term that's used in the applications that are submitted to the staff. There are large lot maps and small lot maps. The large lot maps will be recorded. The small lot maps are what are part of the tentative map. 548 small lots? No. Well, if the lots that are right now with homes on them in Bridgeway Island and Bridgeway Lakes are what you consider small lots, they're certainly not big. Mr. Goddard's is 5 acres. But these are medium density and low density lots in this first phase of the project. Will there be smaller ones? I don't know at this point in time because it's not planned. I did tell you that around the community center, or around the commercial center at the corner of Jefferson and Southport Parkway, there is zoning for what's called mixed use. There's a variety of things in the city's zoning code and general plan that will allow, part of which is condos, part of which would be more affordable single-family housing, probably on small lots. But that's how you get affordable housing. And it's called workforce housing or affordable housing. In terms of the affordable site, if we were to abide specifically by the ordinance right now, we would have to do 100, I believe the number, I'm doing it off the top of my head, I believe the number would be like 140 units, because we would have to, we're obligated to deal with 84 units that were transferred to this project, and then 10% of the first 548 lots, so whatever, that's about 140 units. In terms of home builders, one of the things that we haven't had when we've sold lots to home builders in the past at Bridgeway Island and at Bridgeway Lakes, and I haven't heard too many people complain about those two communities, is that we do have in place now with this project specifically because we want this to be an exceptional neighborhood, an exceptional community. We have design guidelines that are adopted with the approval of the project. So your staff is going to be looking at architecture. Find somebody that does a better job than the Connect project. But in any event, that's going to be the job of your folk in order to look at that. Thank you.
Okay, this time I think we can ask questions
Correct.
to both the appellant and the applicant.
Correct.
Council. You can ask that question.
Yeah.
Yes, feel free to ask that question. No, I think if you have any
You can-
questions about,
Any of it. It could be to the staff or to the appellant or
yes,
to
you can
the,
ask.
you can
In
just
fact, we
ask.
may have staff come up. Chief Benz, Chief Strange, we'll be asking you, I think Mayor Pro Tem Early is going to be asking you questions. Come on up. Flood protection,
Yeah, I
did you have
think
that question?
as you have questions on the top, Steve, you don't need to come up yet, but we'll call up directors or other staff. I'll help with that
Well,
process.
we can ask somebody. If there's anybody available who can answer any questions about flood protection,
I would actually, I could chime in on that right now. It's a fairly simple clarification, I believe. I think what's happening is there's a conflation of the SB 5 requirements and the deadline that was for that, which was 2025, which has now been extended to 2040. That is referenced in the Liberty EIR. I was actually searching for that myself. However, what is not in there is there's a mention of the FEMA remapping process being done in the future. There is nothing that says it's being done in 2025. I think it's a confusion between the SB 5 requirement that was that date versus the FEMA remapping that is added to be determined later date. We don't know when that will be, and we're working to get ahead of doing all the levies so that when that time comes, there won't be.
all right, thank you for that clarification. And any specific questions to the chiefs?
Absolutely. Emergency plan. You want to just at least touch on it, Chief Strange, in regards to, I think we heard a lot around the map. How do we even know? It's difficult to get out of here.
Brian Johnson.
Oh, there you are.
Okay.
And
And Chief Strange.
My bad.
Yeah.
If you're not the right person, you got to tell
well,
me, sir.
it said police was responsible.
Are you talking about the evacuation map?
Yes.
Turn that over to Brian
Oh.
Johnson.
I love this
Happy
tag
to
team.
introduce him.
Yes, that's perfection.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council, council member Early. How can I help you?
I would love just to, if you could alleviate some concerns, because as we're talking about this is a public hearing, right? All the things. And I think it would be helpful, not only for this, but just for the community at large to better understand. Should we be concerned about our emergency plan? Do we have an emergency plan? How do you access that emergency plan?
We have many plans. We have many supporting documents. We have many tools to complement these plans and annexes and supporting documents. Regarding, there's a lot of talk about evacuation. We are currently working on updating the evacuation plan, which is going to include additional tools for the public. One thing to hopefully alleviate some concern is we've been planning and preparing for evacuation for a very long time. We've had these tools or different tools for a very long time. They may not be out in the public. Fortunately, we haven't had to execute an evacuation in the city, and hopefully we never will, but we are fully prepared to do so, whether it be partial or entire city. I'm not going to fool anybody. It's going to be challenging and it's going to be chaotic as an evacuation is, but we will plan and execute as necessary. That's addressing that. We have emergency operation plans, which include a flood hazard annex, which provides the guidance and detail that we would need in case there was a flood. But please understand that a flood event, in most cases, is a long planned event. We know the rain's coming. We know the releases from the dams. So we can forecast the potential and the need to evacuate if needed. And that decision won't be made lightly. It will be, we'll have an operations center, we'll have every city management, we'll have emergency services, and that will be a very coordinated plan before we execute it. So we've been doing this for a long time. I don't know if that answers your question.
That does. And what I would say is, and you bring up a good point, because I think actually all of us on this council have had to deal with a potential flood event 2 years ago, and we had to put our emergency plan together. And it was constant checking to figure out at what point should we not. And so it's not something, because we heard testimony that, this could fill up in 2 hours and we'd be gone. You even heard someone say, I'm going to put the kayak on my roof, just in case. And so I feel like we'd be remiss if we didn't at least address, because that was a major concern, not only of these residents, but again, of our entire community. So I just wanted to make sure we alleviated and addressed misinformation. I would not want to leave here with that.
And I'm not the flood manager or flood engineer, but we do a lot of planning in support of their activities and planning. And you'll see something in the council newsletter at the end of the week. FEMA just approved our hazard mitigation plan, which includes a threat analysis and assessment of natural disasters and threats in the city. Flood, as I'm sure nobody's surprised here, we're surrounded by water. It's the number one threat. The impact of a significant flood would be very impactful, but the likelihood of that is very small.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that helps the public. But anyway, that whole assessment and that whole plan, it was just approved October 11th. Obviously, we have to bring it to council for formal adoption, but just another tool that we use in planning. And I'm sorry, Mr. Goddard, but to challenge your comment about any break would fill the city up to 20 feet, that's incorrect. I've been part of the emergency planning and looking at inundation models for the city. Every situation would be different. The city's not flat. Depending on where the break would be, it would only be a partial flood. And more than likely, again, we would know well in advance to plan however we would respond to that kind of emergency.
Last question I have on this, just because you bring up an excellent point. I think about Bridgeway Lakes. I've learned quite a bit since being on this council, actually, because I thought the lakes were just for looks. They're very pretty. But it also is part of our flood plan.
I can't speak to that.
So I see. So maybe this is where I actually ask the appellant. Yes, David, do you want to come up and answer this?
I'm happy to.
Mike, keep going. I'm sorry. I think what you're asking about is, yes, they're a part of a more elaborate, much larger drainage system that goes through the south basin of the city. David, if you want to offer more than that about how the lakes actually function, that would be helpful. But there's the main drain canal that runs down from sort of the northern part of Southport and eventually goes all the way out to the Deepwater Ship Channel. We have a pump station there that if it's needed to ever be turned on, it can get water out as well.
And I ask this only because they're not just pretty to look at. They're part of this flood plan, and we heard a lot around floods. We heard a lot around emergency plans. And so I think it's important that, one, we at least talk about this, and two, I didn't know about this either until I got on this council. And so I also think it's important for the community to hear what is there in my district. And then also, if I remember correctly, but it's been a very long time since I had an opportunity to look at the full maps, are there any lakes planned or any kind of drainage levee for this project as well?
Let me start by saying the years ago, before we actually designed Bridgeway Lakes, the city did have an issue with where would the flood waters go. They were concerned, they being the city and RD 900 at the time, were concerned about the pump station that was old. And so at the time that we initiated the planning and the design for Bridgeway Lakes, we didn't originally think we were going to build lakes. But as it turned out, not only were we able to enhance the city's flood control situation and make a connection to the main drain and alleviate what may have been, never did, may have been an issue, but we were able to create a nice amenity that a lot of folks like to live around and has enhanced the value of a lot of homes down there. In terms of this project, when it was originally a seed in my head, we were looking at whether or not lakes again were going to be a good idea because of what it had done to home values and the amenities that it created. As a result, actually, there was a fellow that used to run RD 900 by the name of Ken Rusich. And Ken came to us specifically before he went to the city, and he said, hey, his office was right next door to mine. And he said, if you would consider not just helping us pay for this new pump station that we need down at the end of the main drain, but if you would design your lake system so that you could not only accommodate the flood control waters, that's not a proper term, the storm drain runoff from our project and our land, but other parts of Southport, in fact, most of Southport, if you could design your lakes larger to enhance that capacity, we would really appreciate it. And if you would then also help us pay for this update of the storm drain pump station, which we did, we put a $3 million bond on our land in order to help the city finance that pump station. That bond has been paid off by us, but as a result, the city made a deal with us, and the city said, well, you're accommodating stormwater from other parts of Southport and your project, and you helped us pay for this storm drain pump station upgrade. We'll waive all your drainage fees. So that we have an agreement in writing to accomplish that. But that's the system that we've built. The only difference between that system when it was approved back in 2008 and now is that in between, somebody from one of the agencies decided that the water that's in the main drain, which comes in from the river at one end, and now it doesn't even do that. It's basically groundwater and rainwater. The water that comes in from the main drain was somehow waters of the U.S. That it comes in, it's groundwater, it comes into the rain, and then we pump it out into the Deepwater Ship Channel. But that was determined to be waters of the U.S. So we stepped back and we said, boy, if we're going to treat the main drain like we were originally going to, which was basically make it look like a boa constrictor, it would bow out and back. Instead, we decided that it would be much easier to get that core permit that Mr. Goddard is accusing me of not having if we didn't blow up the main drain, but instead that we build lakes that attach to the main drain. So we still accomplish the same thing. We actually, in fact, now have a much larger basin in order to store stormwater, but we don't have to blow up the levees that are on the sides of the main drain because that's habitat for giant garter snakes, it's habitat for burrowing owls, it's habitat for a lot of different species. So that really reduced the impact that we had on habitat as well.
And so just to be clear, so we have the lakes already in Bridgeway Lakes that offer additional flood control, and then with this new project, we're going to continue to build out that system that will continue to offer not only the housing development that'll be here, but the entirety of Southport.
All of Southport.
Additional flood control.
Yes, correct.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
I have questions before you sit down.
Sure.
Thank you. In some of the concerns I've heard was around the school system, the road conditions, and we also have a plan for the Enterprise Bridge to alleviate some of the traffic that we have with the trucks, and which we are hearing about the Amazon trucks and all the other trucks that are going through, which are part of our solution in the plan is that in the future is the Enterprise Bridge. What can you tell us about the revenue from building the housing versus not having the revenue to address and alleviate some of those problems and concerns today?
Well, it depends on what you folks do with the fees and the new taxes that are generated from the project. We're certainly going to be adding somewhere in the neighborhood of $40 million to the city's fee funds as we build the project. We're going to be building $200 million worth of infrastructure, be it roadways, streets, et cetera, and we're going to be putting new taxes on the people who are going to be living in this project to take care of it. You had two questions. There were two. You had two issues.
We have a school bond that we
Yes.
hear people,
Yeah.
they say it has to be taken care of, some of the problems with the schools
Yes.
today. It can't go to new schools, but it could go to maybe expanding a current school, if that's the case. That revenue did you calculate that revenue when you're taking a look at the school bond?
I didn't
Assessed
calculate.
into
I
the
didn't calculate
property
any
taxes.
revenue from the school bond or
didn't?
anticipate any revenue from any school bond. We know that we're going to be obligated to pay somewhere in the neighborhood of $35 million in school fees based
That's
on
separate and apart from
separate and apart from that.
from the,
And maybe something that hasn't been said tonight, the concern about schools is just as large a concern for us as a community developer as it is for you in the community and the folks who live here. But we have had, half a dozen conversations with the school district. They are continuing to refine their plan. And until they have a plan that they want us to agree to and that we want to agree to, until there's an agreement between the two of us, we can't build this project. It says specifically in the DA that before the first final map is approved, a final map comes after. What we're debating tonight is the approval of the tentative map. A final map is the one where you spend all the money to design everything down to the specific inch, and that's where you pull a building permit and start grading and building. Before we can get that approved through your staff, through your engineering staff, we have to have a written agreement in place with the school district.
And
right.
I want to try to address, I think, where you were getting at with your question. So Measure Z was the most recent school bond.
Right.
My understanding of it is it was a revenue measure. So basically, any new property that would be included or built would need to pay into that.
Correct.
If it's part of that bond.
As
So I think
part of the
to
value
your
of the home.
point, the additional development will add to the potential value of what money can be used to service the debt on that.
That's where I'm getting at, is that it's more than just the 35 million that the developer is
fees.
contributing in
Right.
fees. Right.
Well, when you consider, it's speculative for me to say this, but consider an average home value in this new project being somewhere between $600,000 and $800,000.
Mhm.
There will be lesser price, but there will be much more expensive. If it's a $600,000 house, what's your real estate
What's
taxes
the-
every year?
what's the,
1%?
Is it 1%?
1%?
For the property tax?
Yeah.
You know, that's the base property tax, but I don't have the exact
I don't know
value
either what it
of the
is.
school bond, but it's an add-on basically. It's an
Yeah, I don't
add-on on
know.
top of the.
It's an add-on
I
on
guess
top of
what
that.
I was getting to is that with 3,000 houses times $6,000 or $7,000 a year just in real estate taxes, you guys get half of that. So there's,
Right.
again, a lot of money that's going to be available for you to decide how to spend for the community.
And before you go, just on the type of housing that is low income, affordable, whatever term you'd like to use, but it requires it to be below market rate.
Correct.
The occupants, I've been hearing the working class that is listed. Now, we do have on our strategic plan, to have housing specifically targeting our police and teachers. I don't think this housing is targeted towards that, but is there, I remember you mentioning senior housing.
Yes.
So how many homes will be for senior housing?
Well, today I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
Until I get past this point and we get the map approved and we actually are able to actually design the project and go to the marketplace. Like I said, we don't build houses. We simply take the process through to the point where then we offer communities
see.
to home builders.
Who
We
will
have
decide.
had, I won't call it significant, but we've had a great deal of interest from companies, large companies that build age-restricted housing, that's what they call it now, age-restricted housing as a part of this project. It wouldn't be, I mean, most of the time now, from what I understand, those projects are somewhere in the neighborhood of 300 to 400 homes. So, that would be another phase of the project that would be focused on. But at this point in time, we have no business arrangement yet with one of those companies.
And the demand for senior housing in West Sacramento, from my experience, is pretty high.
We have heard that. We have heard that from home builders who have come to talk to us that are interested in purchasing lots in this project.
Correct.
You know, I'll plug it again, but the golf course has a way of attracting those kinds of projects to communities like this. Communities that have golf courses, have town centers, have access to lake parks and trails and all that stuff. And, you know, when I say all that stuff, it's all in the plan.
If I could speculate, but not to be able to be included as part of, you know, what's here, I think a senior housing program could produce less traffic.
That's correct.
That's my impression from speaking to my
It would also,
seniors in the
it would also
community.
generate less school fees.
And less
So there's
school
there's a yin and yang to all these things, but there definitely is an interest. I can't say today, and I won't say today that there's any particular company that we're negotiating a contract with, but in any event.
And in your conversations among council members here, I think we've all been familiar with your project for a while.
With my projects or this project?
This project,
Oh, I hope so.
we have.
I hope so. I think the only council person that I haven't spent a lot of time talking with this project about is Ms. Alcala. We did have a meeting a year or two ago, year and a half, whenever, ago, about this when we were introduced. In fact, the mayor brought you and we introduced you and we sat and talked for a while. I have talked with Councilperson Hall and Early and Orozco, yes, about the project.
May I ask a quick question? Just one more question. On the affordable housing, I heard two things. What Mr. Goddard pointed out, and then what I've heard was that there was a carryover of affordable housing, inclusionary housing requirement into this housing, which was not in the Bridgeway Lakes area.
It was in the Bridgeway Lakes area, and there was an agreement made with the city that we would transfer that obligation to this project. That's why there's an additional 84 affordable housing units that are the obligation of this project, in addition to the 10% affordable obligation that this project has.
And there's no way of getting around that requirement at this time. It's not a SACOG, it's not ARENA, it is a city requirement.
It's your
with
ordinance.
Sacramento.
If you
It's
chose,
our ordinance.
And on that point as well, that the assertion that it has anything to do with meeting arena numbers is completely false. We, when we do master plan communities like this one, this has been a longstanding principle that city councils in West Sacramento have maintained. I think from the start, there's always a desire to build affordable housing is upfront as part of the first phase of a project. We did in the Bridge District. We've done it in other places. Nothing to do with meeting arena requirements. I'm not even sure what that means. But it has everything to do with building affordable housing as quickly as possible.
It's not the first thing that comes to mind in my business to build to want to contribute 12 and a half acres of our project and
You're
build
not jumping
affordable
up and
housing.
down to build affordable housing?
Yeah,
What are
I
you talking
mean,
about?
that's it, you know, but it's an ordinance that we have been aware of since day one, that we knew we had to adhere to and we planned for. And we have, in fact, the gentleman might be here still. We have a gentleman from a company called Urban Core who is in a contract with us to actually do that first phase of our project.
Yes, first, Councilmember.
No,
You were first?
Yes,
Okay,
I was,
sorry, go ahead.
and then you jump.
Yeah,
So just a couple things, because I do want to address the affordable housing. One, because it was addressed to me, and two, because it's one of the things I'm very, very proud of West Sacramento. To our city manager's point, that historically we have had as a council, as a city, a commitment to affordable housing and building a city that everyone is welcome, that everyone can afford to live in, whether it is high income or low income, where your kids can buy a home and raise their family here and grow. And I think that's very important. One of the other things that I've been proud of is the fact that we do build affordable housing first. Part of why we do that is so everyone knows what they're buying into, so that you don't actually have NIMBYism, so that they're there first. And so when you buy it, you know exactly what you're buying into. I think the only other question that I would ask, though, because I heard it brought up several times, is it because this is a legal proceeding, is it somehow illegal to have more affordable housing? I want to make sure
No,
I'm
and I want to
following
be clear about that.
the line.
There isn't more affordable housing being built than 10% overall in the project.
Okay,
It's
perfect.
just the phasing of it.
Okay, so is it illegal to phase it?
The only caveat to that is the additional units that were carryover from.
And I
Ridgeway
just want to
Lakes
make
as
sure
part
I'm
of Yarborough.
following.
And no, it's not, there's no legal
Well,
restriction.
because it got brought up several times, so I was trying to wrap my mind around why that would be bad.
I think the point would be that the ordinance says a minimum of 10%.
Oh, okay, so we're just doing above the minimum
That's
in phase one.
Yes, that's currently what.
Just making sure I'm following.
That's correct.
Okay.
Real quick question. Safety. You mentioned the 2007 EIR, and you said that they'd made allowances for as many as 25,000 additional people.
Residents,
Right.
yes.
What was the population back in 2007?
I don't remember.
It was a
To
lot
be honest with
less. I can only imagine.
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember.
I'm just thinking that that would definitely have significant impact.
Can I offer one more point
Yes, sir.
of information that's not in the question? There's been a couple speakers who mentioned the amount of traffic that's been coming up from the south from Freeport.
Yeah.
I think that's an issue, and I think that is happening, and I don't question their comments. But when we were looking at the EIR, and when the EIR was analyzed and the mitigations that were suggested that had to be adopted in that EIR, you'll recall that one of the projects, well, two projects did not get included that were originally analyzed. One of them was right at the south end of the city limits, a 2,500 unit project called something, I don't remember what it was called.
Yeah.
In any event, the traffic coming north from that project was analyzed. I don't know how that compares to what's happening at this point in time, but that was certainly a part of what would have been an impact analyzed in the environmental document.
And just, Councilman Alcala, in 2007-8, the population was about 47,000 people.
Much?
47,000.
What are we at now?
Approximately 56.
52-ish.
56,000. So.
All right, and that 25,000 was for the Yarborough location, that area.
I'm not familiar with that term. Someone else will have to put me on that.
That's a number that was in the environmental document that the folks who wrote the document estimated that there would be an additional. Actually, they estimated there would be 10,000, all of West Sac, because the 10,000 number that's being discussed here is all over West Sac as well. It's not just in Southport.
By the way, I like Liberty. I like the Yarborough project. My concerns are with the EIR.
We've attempted to address those.
Oh, go ahead. Any other questions before you go?
No.
Just, yes, sit close by. And you have, for the, come on up. I do have questions for the appellant.
Goddard.
Mr. Goddard. So I've heard the reasons for the EIR, and if you could just bullet point what they are, not lengthy, just bullet point for me what your concerns are with the EIR.
It doesn't adequately address current impacts that this project will bring to the community. It's speculative, and it doesn't have sufficient analysis of all of the subjects that we heard covered tonight. It's a speculation that's 16 years old. Significant, substantial changes have occurred. There is new and much more severe impact in all the areas spoken of tonight than was perceived or foreseen in 2008. That's what the testimony has been about. Personal observance of things that weren't thought of back then, explained back then, analyzed back then. I've given a number of different substantial impacts more severe than were calculated. And that's why a new EIR will give you accurate information before you go forward and build. There's no reason not to. I've given you the legal underpinnings to be able to do so, but I cannot see why we wouldn't do that. It's not, if it's at all a risk, health, safety, otherwise, flood, whatever, why not do it? Why not? You can amend an EIR. You don't have to start over again. The developer has to pay for it. He should have done that. This is too old. You shouldn't rely on it. If you do, and there's subsequent issues in this community, you will be responsible for that reliance. Why not use a current document? Protect yourself and the city. It's not a hard thing to do.
As a former planning commissioner and also the chair of the 2016 general plan that was adopted, I do recall taking this into consideration. The Southport Framework Plan, housing, had conversations with not only Liberty a number of times and constantly, but with the Arborough, just as the different phases went through. The delay was as a result of what I recall is a lawsuit that happened among, a change in the ownership. And that delay is, and also what I've observed in, the housing market crashing. Fortunately, we're a little more secure, but the interest rates are really bad. It's really, throttled the ability for anybody to want to switch and get another home. So I don't know when a builder comes in and builds, how they're going to be able to sell unless things improve for buyers to be able to afford the housing.
Seems like there's a reasonable expectation that they can improve. I
So-
don't think we should bank on them not improving.
So just my observations of the changes here in West Sacramento, I do see more traffic, but I do know that at some point we are going to be making some improvements aside of what was discussed here, because of what we perceive as the passage of Measure O, which we've been looking at and planning on the city's infrastructure. We've known that, from hearing the complaints from the residents, that we had to figure out a way to inject financing into some key areas that we've heard were complaints. How are our fire and police going to be able to manage a serious, emergency situation? And now we feel kind of confident that the measure with the passage is going to help us, and we're going to stick to the planning of that. It's going to help us with those concerns. This is not including what we're talking about as far as like the direct impact of the EIR. It's what we are experiencing and the residents are complaining about today. It's the deterioration of our roads and our parks. We want children to play in beautiful parks. Police response times, that being, improved. Our concerns around having, and the return of a fire engine, and the personnel to respond to that. Those are all things that we, even for that reason, we've approved financing for that, 9 firefighters as a result of a SAFER grant. So all of these things are things that we've already been taking into consideration in the planning around, not specifically our borough, the current city's infrastructure, which we felt has been deficient, as it is. And so we feel like we have a plan, and this council has been working for a couple of years on this. That's why we have our strategic plan. This council has been pretty much unified in seeing how we can make, these gaps addressed because of the concerns, and we won't dismiss your concerns. We know that this EIR is important, but we also, I won't explain where I'm at until we close the hearing, but we are.
I'm sorry if I don't understand your question. I think you're telling me a lot of things. I'm not sure if you're asking me anything.
I'm responding to some of the things.
Thank you.
And I'm
I'll
letting
listen.
you stand up here. You can
I can
respond
listen.
right back.
I can listen. Go ahead.
So I'm responding to the things
Thank you.
that I've been hearing about from the individuals that are addressing all of this here. And this is not, I think, where we're at. This is an ongoing discussion with our constituents, with all of us. This is not, just with this particular Yarborough project. It's, I think, a chronic condition that we continually need to address as any city grapples with. And so, with that, Mr. Goddard, I just wanted to just give you a couple of more minutes to,
Thank you.
after what I've said.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And thanks for explaining that. I have a question. This fine gentleman. I forgot your name. I'm sorry. John? I've heard you speak twice. I can tell you're a good guy. You know what you're doing. I listen to you hard. I live here. I'm right where a flood could occur. And I ask myself, as I listen to you, am I hearing anything he's telling me that's going to help me if there was a flood? And I'm not. You say you have a plan. You say you've thought about it. You've got all these associated things that will come to play if there is such a catastrophe. I know you'll do your job. Of course you will. You'll do the very best you can. But I don't hear you saying anything about how a guy like me living right there where the levee is going to get out of this town, notwithstanding all your plans and all the people and all the associations talking about how to get out and what to do in catastrophes. I don't hear it. You're not making me feel like there's anything there except, well, hope. And I'll go as fast as I can like everybody else, but I probably go on my roof more to try to get out of here. But it's kind of a question, but I also wanted to tell you, I didn't make the statement that if our levee breaks, that we're going to be in 20 feet of water everywhere in the city. An independent engineer of excellent firm made that analysis as they inspected the situation. I have their quote, and I'm not going to bother to read it again, but it does say that if we have even a 50-year flood, everything in West Sacramento, there's a significant levee break, notwithstanding how much time you had to think about it and run whatever, everything will be underwater 20 feet in 2 hours. You can't get out of here. I don't hear you telling me anything that's going to make me feel better about that, other than we're continuing to work on the levees. Good. But we're never going to have 200-year flood protection. Somebody refute me. Tell me when it's going to happen. We have till 2040 to work on it, is what I'm hearing. I knew that. But that just means substantial every year.
Is this part of more testimony? Because
she
I'm
gave
just
me an
curious.
opportunity to speak, sir, and I'm speaking. She asked me if I had any other points to make.
You are speaking.
She asked me if I had other points to make. Thank you. I'm trying to make the point she asked me to make. The final point I'd make is because I hear Mr. Laurel also challenging my assertion that we're not doing this because of RENA numbers. This statement, this city has issued permits for only 2.8% of its low-end RENA allocation, and we're halfway through cycle 6. I didn't write that. The developer's attorney wrote it. He says you need this project to get your RENA numbers, and if you don't have the project, with the project, you'll have 25% of your low-income RENA. Without it, you're at 2.8%. I didn't speculate. I'm using the developer's information. Finally, if you think that anybody's going to be satisfied that there's going to be a golf course with a statement that I have that feasibility study, but I'm not showing anybody because it's mine, that's just crazy stuff. If you got it, show it. If it says it's feasible, show it. Why are we having this discussion? It probably says it isn't, so he does not want to show it. That is it for me. Kimber has done all he can.
Thank you, Mr. Goddard.
Did what I could, and that's all I can do.
Are there any other questions among the council
please,
members?
ask me anything you want.
Any other questions?
Thank you for giving me a little time. Appreciate it. And thanks very much for your courtesy tonight. I think you handled this really well. Thank you, all of you.
Well, thank you.
And I don't mean no any disrespect to anybody. One old guy's opinion, that's all it's worth. Do whatever you think's right, but did what I thought. But thanks.
Mr. Carter. And I think, Mr. Rafferty, what is our next step at this point? Close.
Unless there's any other questions by the council for any
Other
of the
questions among the
individuals,
council
I would assume
members?
you can close the hearing and then discuss it and vote.
To allow staff to answer any questions before we close the hearing? Is that
If you have questions for staff or staff feels the need, yeah.
okay?
I don't have any questions for staff.
No other questions? Okay. All right, we'll close the public hearing at this point. Thank you, Mr. Rafferty. And our next step is to deliberate on the matter and adopt findings if appropriate.
I had just one comment, and I think you were touching on it, Madam Mayor, before when I had to step out and I came back. But Measure O, what we heard in regards to traffic, the potholes, the public safety issues, particularly that I've heard from my district in Southport, are real. And I think both can be true, that we can address what's happening with traffic. It's absolutely an issue. I commute across our city every single morning. Literally, I go from Marshall all the way to Cummins every day, back and forth. And it does take a very long time. It is an issue we are all feeling. The potholes are also absolutely an issue. I think that what we are getting with this project is the potential to be able to address some of our traffic concerns, as well as have potential projects that we know we need funding in regards to our roads, desperately need in Southport, that allows us to shift funding to some of the other things like Enterprise Bridge and some of the other things that we know we need in order to alleviate traffic and in order to have other exits outside of our city. And so I think that's really important, that both statements can be true, that this project can proceed forward and address some of these issues. And yes, we do have major issues that we all know that need to be addressed and that we have to prioritize.
Yes, I just feel another EIR is needed. We have an EIR provides for an independent review. We see it one way. So we want this project to go forward, but I don't think we're doing community providing due diligence by not having a more recent EIR with all the mitigating factors that everyone else brought into our attention. So for me, I want a new EIR. I'm going to be very honest. We need something independent from however we may feel, because I think that's the only way that we can really ensure the safety that some of our community members have spoken about. They have a lot of concerns out there. And for me, this is just something that's going to be a real requirement for me to do.
Madam Mayor?
Sure, go ahead.
Just as long as we're going back
Oh,
to the
no, for
deliberating.
sure. We're deliberating.
So one of the things that I think is pretty amazing and unique about West Sacramento and about the governance we've had over the past 2 decades plus is the fact that we have created plans. We've created master plans. We have ensured that we have marched forward on those plans. Bridge District would not be possible had we not been up here, and I say we, the global we, as a city council, really had that vision and that foresight. Stone Lock is also another project that, again, we eventually will happen, but these projects take decades. And so when we talk about have these things been considered, not only have they been considered, they've been considered for a very long time because 1, government moves slow, and 2, it requires a lot, not just from us, it requires private development and government and grants all working together in what really is this confluence of a little bit of luck, as well as a lot of strategy and planning to make these things happen. And so a lot of what we heard today was, well, did you plan for this? Did you plan for this? The amazing thing about the leadership we've had at this council is a lot of it actually has been factored in. A lot of it has been planned for, even though it's very hard to believe. But that's how lucky we've been in West Sacramento to have that level of leadership and that level of vision. What I heard, at least in the legal arguments, were a lot around, was that considered? And I heard in response to that, that was considered, that we did have a plan. And in fact, much of the numbers that we planned for, we actually didn't meet. They were moonshots that we attempted to go for, and maybe we didn't hit, but because we planned for them, it now allows us the possibility to have something like this project. and a developer like David coming in and saying, I want to work with you guys and I want to build there. That doesn't happen in every city. And so I think we are fortunate, one, to have had the past leadership that we've had, fortunate to have put together these plans. And I think it is on us to remain focused and diligent in executing those plans to ensure that the future of West Sacramento continues to be the growth that I think we all have in mind.
Right, thank you.
I've had the opportunity to read and review multiple comments from different communication platforms, both by the appellant, multiple by the appellant, as well as comments in response. I've also read the entire packet multiple times, highlighting and posted. As an attorney, I took an oath, and that is to follow the law. In this case, I'm a criminal attorney, and I'm not a CEQA attorney, but I understand that there is law that governs. Okay, that's the point I was trying to make at the beginning. There is an established protocol for how we evaluate whether or not there needs to be a revisitation in EIR. And if you read the staff report, it would outline that pretty darn clearly, and it is irresponsible and not in line with our duties to ignore those legal precedents and case law and arguments made by multiple attorneys to legislate from the dais based on an emotional response. This is our duty to consider, I mean, there's a lot of very passionate and arguments as to why it is that we should revisit, okay? And the merits are not why we're here. We're not here to talk about, because there are, again, very good arguments. That it's not a matter of whether or not I like a development or whether or not it's gonna make my life better. This is a matter of whether or not we have met the particular threshold and the test, the standard. And in this case, after reviewing all of the case law, which is not on point and non-responsive to the subject, the premise under which it's being offered. You look at the case law, it is not on point and responsive to the premise under which it's being offered. And so what we're seeing here is that under multiple analyses and in multiple areas, it has not been able to meet this, that we're not able to establish that substantial changes are proposed in the project, not in the environment under which this project would exist, but in this particular project. And we've gone over the traffic impact, and even back then, they overestimated the impact. And now we've had a few developments that have fallen through. We have Connect over on Jefferson, which many people are responding to. It's 322 units, not thousands. But we've had multiple thousands of units not come to fruition in this case. And yet we have a developer here that has overcompensated to ensure that this development that he's investing in will be responsible to our community and bring amenities that we will all enjoy. I'm not going to address the inflammatory and derogatory allegations about housing for immigrants or NIMBYism in my comments, because quite frankly, I find them repulsive. I am upset, and I think about social justice and how we as a community, how we as a council talk about affordable housing, how we want affordable housing, and yet I find it inappropriate to concentrate it on the north side of town where it has been concentrated. And now we have the opportunity to reconsider what this looks like for the complexion of our city and spread our obligation, our housing obligation, and put folks into other beautiful communities. I heard a speaker earlier this morning talking about how he overlooks a beautiful part of our city and how it is our obligation to share that. Heck yeah, it is. Because we can't reserve certain areas of our community just for the high-paying patrons. We have to make sure that we are meeting the needs of our residents here, that we are being the all-inclusive West Sacramento that accepts our neighbors and responds to the issues that more people create. And thankfully, some of us worked very hard to ask our neighbors to vote in an answer
so that we can address those issues. And I hope that we can with the leadership. We have heard from the chief of police. We've heard from our fire department leaders. We've heard from multiple attorneys. We've heard from the chair of the Chamber of Commerce and all these people who have been waiting for this to come to fruition. And now we are at the moment where we're considering this appeal at the 11th hour. I'm not saying that the arguments don't cause me to be fearful and drum up anxiety when I think about these emergencies. But when I hear an expert telling me that this is something that we've considered and we have mitigated for and that we're prepared for, that also has merit. So the way I feel tonight is that the passage of time, we've already heard that there has been other precedent out there. Sometimes these developments don't get done immediately, but even the passage of time as we see it today does not trigger the burden. It doesn't. The appellant has not met the burden for us to require an additional EIR. I think that without that, and the appeal does not identify new or sustainably more severe impact with any of the impact categories, quite frankly. So I'm in support of what our planning commission decided. We all appointed those commissioners to do the evaluation, and they think they got it right. So my position.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not an attorney, and Councilmember Roscoe really did a beautiful job of summing up a lot of my thoughts. One of the things I wrote down as we started this, as our city attorney said, is evidence of substantial impact, not just an assertion. We've been planning for this project for a very long time, and it's time to work the plan. And I'm excited about the affordable housing, especially in the first phase. Some of the concerns that came up regarding traffic, there was very clear outlining of mitigation efforts. And I think the, what do we have? $200 million in infrastructure will be coming to Jefferson, which we're talking traffic lights, we're talking sidewalks, we're talking bike lanes. This is going to absolutely change the complexion and what traffic looks like in the Southport area time. That's a stretch I drive daily, and it's going to make a huge difference. We brought up today Measure O. Yes, potholes. Yes, a fire, public safety. We are working on that. We have a plan. Let's work the plan. One of the conversations came up about flooding. As Vice Chair of WSAFCA, that's our flood control agency, we meet monthly and talk about all of the work that is being done on the levees. It's been the #1 priority of the city for the last 20 years. And I would encourage anybody to sit in one of the WSAFCA meetings to get the confidence that we will achieve 200-year flood protection by the deadline that has been given to us. We have staff that are experts in this, and I wish Greg would have been here tonight to present specifically about that. But if that's an area that you are concerned about, please come to our WSAFCA meeting on the 21st. The concept of this, the feasibility of a golf course, it's a private opportunity, a private development that's going to be doing this. There's no demand that see a feasibility report for the golf course. I think we're in an incredible position right now to have a world-class amenity in West Sacramento that will be coming to us with this project. And I see the success, and I see the future of what West Sacramento can look like, what we can do as a community, and amenity of a golf course for not just residents in West Sacramento, but folks to come to West Sacramento. It's going to be incredible. And so with all of that said, we're in a housing crisis. It's time to work our plan. And I do not believe that there's been any evidence of substantial impact. I would agree with my council member that the Planning Commission got it right. We need to move forward with Yarborough.
Thank you. Councilmember
Yes, I just wanted to clarify. my response was not an emotional response. I was simply reacting to the concerns that many people who actually live in that area have. And they're very legitimate concerns. So I said, I'm favoring this project. What I don't favor is having a 16-year-old EIR report out there. There's mention made that sometimes they've had reports that have been 17, 18, 19 years old. But those may be very, very different than what we're dealing with right here. They could be in areas that are isolated, haven't had the kind of impact from more population, more traffic, some of the things that were of great concern. I would like to see another EIR because I believe there are many mitigating factors that have to be considered. We had a person from Clarksburg who came all the way from Clarksburg to talk about the kind of impact and the changes that have occurred in her area as a result of, what is it, a 16-year lapse. And I think that's something that has to be considered. I know my other council members, and we're all in support of the project. But I really think that waiting one more year, if that's what it takes to have an independent review done, is due diligence, at least on my part. Thank you.
Okay. First of all, I just want to reference a conversation I had with Mayor Pro Tem early today, where he commented on each council member here has a strength. And when we pull together our strengths, we can become, very formidable representatives for our community. And I greatly appreciate that. I think that's true. I feel like we always roll up our sleeves and dig into what's happening in our community in one way or another, to try to understand what we can do best. There are areas in the Brighton Broderick parts of the community where, for example, there's a car that goes through a home, and now we have a stop sign. We could probably do more. But there are parts of our community that I think were overlooked, and we have yet to make some improvements in those areas. We're not asking for EIRs when there's a little development or affordable housing unit, or asking for an inclusionary housing, exception. We automatically grant it because we know that's what we need in our community, affordable housing. We need, to continue to assess the traffic as our schools are growing, as this bond funding is rehabilitating our schools, and we have more children coming in there. We need to come together, and that's what the 2x2 has been doing for, every other month. We meet with the school district. I don't know if anybody knows that, but we did have a meeting where the school district provided an analysis, a forecast, and they said the school population is shrinking, not growing. And that gave us a sense as to where we needed to work together, and we constantly work together, such as Bright Park, where we're going to be able to purchase property, that park, so that we can build a more beautiful park out in the north area. But that's because of our working relationship with the city outside of building housing. And when those things do come up, when we do see that, when we'll take this back to heart and have it in a 2x2 discussion, make sure that the education system is addressed as we build more housing. And we do hold our developers accountable for contributing, and, when future housing development comes forward. And the school board members, we'll have new school board members coming in, and they'll be studying and assessing this as well in the next school, years, next couple of years. We'll have new school board members. So we'll be working with them as well. But I appreciate, some of the comments and things that all of my council members said here. One of the things, so in my ex parte communication, I shared that I canvassed the area heavily around the Yarborough. And I think mostly positive feedback, definitely concerns around traffic and the school. And some of the solutions that I presented that the city was working on, even before Measure O was passed, were acceptable. And we're looking, forward to implementing those solutions before Yarborough build-out is coming around. But the Yarborough build-out, I was able to explain, were pretty key, was the expansion of Jefferson, having sidewalks where there are currently no sidewalks, having bike lanes where there are no bike lanes for a good part of the city. Again, we have the north who also has difficulty, but the south has extreme difficulty. They lack, in the south, I don't know who lives there, but if you haven't had a good internet connection, there is lack of good internet service out there in that area. And the only way we can help our residents is to do the planning that we had established here for internet service, for example, and for amenities. What I constantly hear about is the lack of grocery stores. Yarborough is going to bring a shopping center, a beautiful shopping center that I am looking to, find maybe a Trader Joe's to come in and establish themselves out there. But it's also going to provide another fire station, a new build out of a fire station that we're going to have. Not only, we're going to get the truck in, and as soon as all of this is coming in, we're going to have all of that in place to help that particular community be safe and respond to emergencies quickly. In addition to that, it's going to have 2 more officers paid for by the developer through the developer agreement. These agreements contribute to the infrastructure, and that's where our staff come in. Yes, heavy-handed, David. They come in demanding because they know this is what the city needs in order for us to be able to build and provide the resources for our community. And I've appreciated, the strong negotiation. That I would hear the developers complain, not David in particular, but I would hear them complain or whine or whatever. But it's what we've needed in our city in order for us to grow. So when I heard the EIR appeal recently come up, and I was looking at the comments in social media, I was a little taken aback by some, but I hadn't heard that. In fact, I had contributed to the senior housing and pushed David a little bit because that's what I've been hearing from the community. And Liberty's going to have that as well as part of their affordable housing component. Because our seniors are not going to be higher wage earners, going to have more limited income. And we see our seniors struggling the most, and they are more vulnerable to homelessness as a result of the cost of things going up and their inability to pay for, housing. And so we want them to live comfortably, independently, and also have the amenities to get to closely. And VIA is going to be a component of the expansion, and the coverage of VIA is going to be included in there, which I've been hearing. Citywide, they are our highest utilizers, our seniors and our children, and our lower income populations in the Brighton Broderick area in particular. VIA is the highest, they are the highest utilizers of VIA. So they're going to fill in and reduce what we are hoping for as we are building more trails and other pathways, and we're working on getting more people out of their cars and into, bicycles to get to school. It's really just the getting people locally to their destinations without having to jump in a car. And we'll work on getting more buses and things like that to get people out of their cars. We will continue to work with the community. This isn't the end of the conversation. This is an ongoing conversation. And we will continue to work with you to address the concerns that we heard tonight. I have been, watching. I watched the Planning Commission. meeting because I wanted to see how Yarborough, before even the appeal came up, before any of this came up at all, because I wanted to see, you know, how the planning commissioners were responding and the questions that came up. Heard the chair, you know, also say he needed more time, but I also have learned through this process that this document was posted and the plan was posted for a long period of time, where the delay, you know, today did not make sense. It was available to the public for a while, and we had this appeal agendized today, and we didn't meet all the month of October, and so, you know, do we want to workshop every single plan? You know, we'll take a look at our strategic plan and workshopping more things as we move forward. That is important, not just for this, but for many other things, to make sure that our community is involved. That's very important for all of us to be able to be getting involved in, to be able to do that. So with that, I'm going to be supporting staff recommendation to move this forward. I felt like, heard what Councilmember Orozco looking at the appellant's concerns were, and I cannot make the findings. The threshold is very low to make the, you know, to meet those findings. It wasn't compelling enough for me to approve the appellant's denial and to ask for another EIR, because I do know, as a planning commissioner, from my experience, looking at the general plan, looking at the transportation, sticking to making sure we had VIA, you know, preserved, and finding financing for that, and taking a look at what other modes of public transportation, whether it be light rail or the Yola bus, making sure we preserve that, and Measure O, as we've been planning on the infrastructure, which is a concern I heard about today, so that we can continue to build out and address the concerns that we've heard here. At this point, Mr. Rafferty, what is our next step?
I think the next step would be the final step with regard to the action, which is voting on denying the appeal and confirming the Planning Commission's approval of the vesting tentative subdivision map number 5324. That was the recommendation of staff. So there
Early moves to move forward the staff's recommendation of denying the appeal.
therefore denying the appeal.
And just to be clear, the staff recommendation is to adopt Resolution 24-119, which does all of the things that Mr. Rafferty mentioned.
Okay, so I want to just only because we're, so early moves to adopt Resolution 24-119.
All in favor?
Okay, and do we have the clerk call the roll at this point? Okay, so early moved, and Councilmember Cepizio seconded. And Madam Clerk, just before we finish, I just want to say one thing about Mr. Johnson. He is the most meticulous, taking care of emergency operations in the county. Thank you. We'll move.
Councilmember Sulpizio Hull? Councilmember Ocala?
No.
Councilmember Orozco?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Early?
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero?
Aye. All right, this item is approved. Thank you, Mr. Rafferty. Do you have to stick around for item 17 as well?
I don't think so, no.
Okay.
I think that concludes my work.
Thank you.
If I can add one thing.
Oh, yes.
Just a notification to the public. You want to say it?
Yes, I forgot. There was one other matter, and that is that just to put on into the municipal code, should Mr. Goddard or anyone else, well, actually, it would only be Mr. Goddard. The Code of Civil Procedure 1094.6 governs the time for judicial review of this particular appellate decision. And if there is going to be a writ under Civil Procedure 109.4, is to be filed no later than 90 days from this final decision, which would be 90 days from tonight. That's just the notification of appellate right.
Okay,
Nothing you need.
that concludes your,
Yes.
okay. Thank you for all your
Yes.
help tonight, Mr.
Thanks.
Rafferty. I appreciate it.
So fun.
Next is agenda item 17, public hearing and consideration of the first reading of ordinance 24-11 pertaining to amendments to the Yarborough Development Agreement. Mr. Berumen, you had given us a presentation. Is it a separate, new, different presentation?
Yes, it's a separate presentation, but
Okay,
I'll try to keep it brief.
Please proceed. We have other,
Yeah, what I would recommend is both he and I know you have some slides, but just to kind of go through and see if there's questions, at the end, leave the slides up so that it can facilitate the Q&A. So, and focusing on the things that weren't covered in the last item. Thank you.
Yep. So good evening again. I'll just start with the Yarborough Development Agreement amendments, also known as the amended and restated development agreement. So a DA is a legally binding contract between property owner and developer in the city. It usually sets to include terms not otherwise required through existing regulations. DAs and revisions of DAs require approval by ordinance and approval of the City Council. So development in Southport has continued steadily since the project approval, including significant infrastructure like the Southport Levee Improvement Project and the Mike McGowan Bridge. As it stands now, the DA needs to be updated and reflect current conditions and to address current public infrastructure needs in the city. The strike-through sections of the DA reflect either outdated information, completed or constructed projects, and obligations met by the developer that are no longer applicable. Other amendments include new obligations for public infrastructure requested by the city to address infrastructure deficiencies that are beneficial to the project and surrounding areas. Several notable amendments include the term and extension, Jefferson Boulevard improvements, removal of the Mike McGowan Bridge obligation, Bevan Road, and Burroughs Avenue improvements. So with that, I'll take any.
thank you. Are there any questions among council? All right, open it up for public comment, Madam Clerk. Is there any requests for public comment?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Lauren Alvidier. Pat Flint.
Thank you. I don't think you heard many of us say that we were against the plan. We sat as residents when Yarborough was first brought to this city. That's how come the densities got lower to what they are today. Because we had community input. The city worked with us. The developers worked with us. This plan is 16 years old. People don't understand how it came about. There should have been a public workshop. And there should continue to be public workshops where we can go and talk to the people that write the EIR. We can talk to staff. We can understand maybe why this city manager wants to make us look like San Francisco. I do not want high-rise, high-density housing everywhere in this city. You can have it out in Southport, but you better reach and look at the design plans that are in place for Southport. There are allowed 3-story apartment buildings, and that's what we expect. Now, I understand that you guys all talk. You know from the planning department, from the city manager, what the hell's going on in this city. We don't, because it's not always brought up at these city council meetings, and that has to stop. I have spoken with Mr. Stroud. I have no problems with him. All of my problems with Mr. Stroud and his developments have been city originated. In the lakes and in the the other part that he built. I'm sorry, I'm tired. The city came in and said, oh, this is the first development here, so we're going to do away with our award-winning plan and not plan villages. And they mitigated away our animal habitats, our waterways, our green belts. That isn't his fault. That's the city's fault. And that's what I'm afraid is going to happen with the Yarborough plan. You constantly are changing the general plan. You are proposing to change the Southport framework plan. That is not acceptable. If this plan is going to go through and this project is going to go through, it goes through as the city, the residents of this city planned it, not as you guys are planning it. We need public input. It's not happening. It's not happened in at least 5 to 6 years. When I asked for a public workshop, Mr. Tilley says staff does not have time. That's bull, because it's been done before. Quit cutting us out of these development plans. Within the whole city, I'd love to see a map right now of what is planned within this whole city for development.
Denise Domke.
Thank you for your impressive collaboration tonight, for your open conversation, and for including the business community in the discussion. The Chamber endorses the staff recommendation related to the amendments to the Yarborough Development Agreement.
Mike McGowan. Kimber Goddard.
I submitted my comments in an email, and I want to thank you again and wish you all a very good night.
Maria Grijalva. Irene Eklund. We have no additional requests to speak on this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, for closing the public comment, bringing it back to council, and asking the questions. Okay. Well, then I'll accept the motion.
Early moves. A second.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Early moved. Councilmember Sulpicio Hall seconded. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sulpicio Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Alcala.
No.
Councilmember Orozco.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Early.
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero.
Aye. This item is approved. Next on our regular agendas, we have 2 items. And next is 18 under Community Development, first reading of Ordinance 24-15 regarding proposed amendment to Municipal Code Title 17, zoning for housing element implementation. Our Assistant Planner Elijah Ortega will present. And Elijah, is there congratulations in order for your promotion?
Yes, thank you very much.
Congratulations.
So good evening, everyone. My name is Elijah Ortega. I'm an associate planner. I do have some quick remarks for item number 18 tonight, after which I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. So this item is the first reading of Ordinance 24-15, which would amend the zoning code to achieve compliance with new state law that seeks to make it easier for residential projects containing affordable units to move forward. As you know, state law regarding planning and housing issues is constantly changing, and at the conclusion of each legislative session, the city often has to come forward with code amendments to ensure that we are up to date with the most current laws. Specifically, this change is in response to Assembly Bill 1397, which says, under certain circumstances, if a residential project is proposed on a site contained in the housing element that has remained vacant for at least 16 years and 20% of the total units in the project are affordable, then that project would be allowed to bypass any discretionary permit requirements, such as a conditional use permit. So in recent times, the state and the legislature have really viewed discretionary permits as a barrier to housing development because of the uncertainty it introduces. So this bill is a direct response to that by allowing projects proposed on long-time vacant sites and those that contain affordable units to bypass use permits and commission reviews. I ask that the council conduct the first reading of ordinance 24-15 by title and number only, and inform the audience that the public hearing, second reading, and adoption of the ordinance is scheduled for November 20th, 2024. That concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ortega. Bringing it back to council for any questions. Madam Clerk, any public comment?
We have no request to speak on this item.
All right, closing the public comment, bringing it back to council. I just have one comment. You know, legislature passes laws that, you know, impede our local control. And I believe this, it just makes it really hard for us to have decision-making process in this. So just as this happens, that we monitor the legislation and ask me to weigh in and ask all of us to weigh in, because we have a past mayor who understands and probably can be helpful in fighting some of these things, because I don't anticipate this is the end of it. Yeah. All right.
Early seconds.
Member Sulpicio Hall moved. Mayor Pro Tem Early seconded. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sulpicio Hull.
Aye.
Councilmember Acala.
Aye.
Councilmember Roscoe.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Early.
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero.
Aye. This item is approved. Next, we have item 19 under Economic Development is consideration and adoption of Small Business Accelerator Program. Under Economic Development Manager, Megan Stiles, who's been working very hard on this to get us to where we're at tonight. We'll provide an update for us to consider for action tonight. And before the staff report, if there's any request to speak, we need a request to speak card submitted to the clerk if you would like to speak. Wanted to make sure anybody who's here to speak on this is accomplished. Okay.
Good evening or good morning, Council, Mayor and Council. Megan Stiles, Economic Development Manager. So obviously in the interest of time, I'm not going to hash through my entire presentation, so I'll give kind of a high-level overview. Staff is asking today that you approve the Small Business Accelerator Program in substantially the form presented or explained in the staff report, and then authorize the city manager or his designee to take all actions necessary to implement the program, including the execution of any agreements in connection with administration of the program. So I'm actually not even going to do that. So what I did is after the last council meeting, this came to council on September 18th, and I did receive significant feedback from council. So we have modified some of the programs, which is outlined in the staff report. And we've also added another program, which I can briefly go over, that is a new addition and directly in response to that feedback. I did also attend the mayor's second roundtable where the California Restaurant Association was in attendance, and spoke with them and a couple of other small businesses and restaurants in the city to kind of develop this particular program. So this program is intended to be rolled out at the end of this year. We've gone with kind of a phased approach so that we can get the most high priority programs out as quickly as possible in response to that feedback. So the Food and Beverage Facility Enhancement Program was in response to that feedback. That is up to $15,000 for food and beverage facility owners for eligible expenses associated with building and refreshing dining spaces, technology upgrades, and making general improvements that are not affixed to the building, so that you can kind of let your imagination go a little bit wild on that. But in general, improving your space indoor and outdoor, that would allow for more foot traffic that's not major construction. So as part of the first phasing for this, for Q4 would include that program. Would it also include the Small Business Permit Fee Assistance Program, which I discussed during the last meeting. The Small Business Vandalism Relief Program would also be intended to be rolled out in Q4 of this year. And just as a note, we are working with PD to ensure that our office is relayed information about vandalism and theft and robbery that has occurred at a business so that we can proactively reach out to them. So it's not, on their behalf that they need to reach out to us and know that this program exists. So we're going to be proactively reaching out to those businesses. And then in this first phase as well, in response to feedback, is the strategic tourism marketing program. So staff has been working with a number of firms to gather proposals and plans to do interviews with those firms the first week of December and make a decision about a firm that can help us create brand identity, highlight areas of the city and experiences that make West Sacramento unique, encourage more foot traffic, overnight stays, and business opportunities, and provide a general framework for local businesses to market themselves. I can kind of, if you have any other particular questions, those are really the biggest additions. I did also kind of parse out one of the larger grant programs into a facade improvement program and tenant improvement program. It was kind of one program before, just so that there's some delineation between external versus internal improvements, and just for the ease of understanding for businesses. So I can take any questions. There weren't any other major updates, but again, the first 4 programs in that phase 1 are intended to be rolled out before the end of the year.
Mayor Pro Tem Early.
Okay, so on number 4, so phase 1.4, the strategic tourism marketing program. And so I really want to make sure we're on the same page, because I appreciate that it will, working with a consultant, outline and implement a comprehensive marketing plan. When is or what would be the general timeline of the implementation part?
There is at least from what I've gathered from the firms that we have reached out to, there is a discovery period that firms generally go under, where they, gather research from community
do an environmental
members.
scan.
Yeah,
Yep,
exactly.
all the things.
And so they are aware that there is a pretty tight timeline.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm asking for authority. We want to enter into a contract as soon as possible. So we'll be doing interviews the first week of December, and then hope to start that process immediately following.
And then is there a general idea of, and it's probably in here and I've missed it, so I'm going to apologize for that, of how much the potential consultant would be, and then how much the program in regards to actually implementing it would be as well?
So we, because of kind of the time constraints that we were under, there wasn't an opportunity to do a formal RFP where we would ask them for a specific proposal for our needs. So as far as the cost, that's a little bit up in the air. I have in my, at least in my presentation, kind of set aside up to $100,000.
For both the implementation and the consulting work?
Correct. Okay. And so that would include development of a standalone website, strategic marketing materials, and branding, and kind of incorporating that into also advertising the programs themselves. So kind of incorporating an economic development aspect into that as well. So not just specifically tourism, but really like selling West Sacramento as a unique place overall.
And so that would be both the consultant line in regards to doing the environmental scan, seeing what's out there, talking to all the businesses that are in that area. In addition to that work, under the $100,000, it's also the building the website, the branding. Okay. I'm looking at Councilman Burst as a whole because I'm trying to figure out is that reason. Okay. She nods yes.
Okay. Yeah, generally, at least again from the firms that we've looked at, there are project-based expenses. So like a website is a fixed cost, like they charge X amount for that. And then there are recurring costs monthly for continuing branding and monitoring all of that.
Just my last question on this, which would be helpful, because and I feel like maybe I said it, but I just want to make sure I'm clear. As the consultants going out, in addition to what we think would be helpful, it would also be beneficial, I think, to all of us to hear from them. Is it this? Is it something else? Is it this and so hopefully that's part of the consultant process.
Yes, and I've been very clear that these are ideas that we have. Like I have ideas of what I think would be beneficial to us, but I'm definitely counting on them to lead the way as to what the best path forward is for that.
Madam Mayor? Go ahead. Oh, thank you. And thank you so much for all of your work on this. And I know it's been pedal to the metal, and so appreciate you expediting this. I want to thank you for it was more of a comment, but with the vandalism relief program, the proactive link between PD and economic development think is very valuable. Thank you for that. My only question is, and this is just more of like big picture, us being able to look at results and measure our successes, what's working and what might not be working, and these buckets we have, did we get it right? And what are your thoughts on how we're going to come back and review the program? What's going to be our kind of maybe
So at a high level, because this is measure and funding, it would be included in annual reporting of how the dollars were spent in that aspect. We would also intend to do some sort of a survey after the process is completed with the businesses to see if the dollar amounts, just basically the whole process was satisfactory. But I think we are going to be working on some metrics as far as businesses that were approved or denied. Why was that? Was it because the dollar threshold was too small? Were there too many barriers? And really working with at least those first, in this first phase rollout, maybe having like more of a, I can't even think of the word right now, like a debrief after, because right. A debrief to really understand and make sure that we're hitting the mark. I believe there is a flexibility in the program to modify things as we need to, and if there were any major updates that can be made, I could come back to council and ask for approval on that.
All right.
I was looking to see, like, you had a small business, somebody said, look, I have a large outdoor looking for a covered patio to invest in something like that. I think really bring in people, even if it was inclement weather. I mean, hypothetically, that could fit under like a food and beverage. I'm just hypothesizing.
Yeah.
But what about a business owner says, like, I just repurposed an old building that wasn't really designed for outdoor dining, and I'd love to rework, like, whatever, the cement. Could there be a place in any of that type? Wanted to wipe stuff out and redo it, or outdoor out of a, I mean.
I can't speak to the specific. I know there are parking requirements for buildings. I don't know how the process would go to actually get rid of like parking spaces, but as far as doing additional work to transform your space into something that it maybe wasn't initially footprinted to do, the facade improvement program is really any exterior improvements or offsites, so it could fall under that. And then if it was interior, like if you wanted to take a back space that's not being used and turn it into a party room or an entertainment space, the TI, the tenant improvement program would allow you to make, more major internal improvements.
Oh, thank you. And also, I'm going to piggyback on I know we already did a workshop on this, and I think we gave a lot back that.
Outreach. Going out in different languages. I know we have a lot of small business owners that are maybe Spanish, Punjabi, something else like that. One of the focuses.
That can definitely be arranged as far as producing materials in different languages, yeah.
Okay, so there was a conversation about an entertainment zone, and I know that Jeffrey Davis came earlier thinking that he could speak during this time. I suggested public comment. It doesn't overlap. But I do want to put a pin on an entertainment zone for the strategic planning retreat in the future, because I wanted to make sure his comment was addressed. He wasn't able to stay. But thank you for.
Mayor Guerrero, I think we can follow up on that next week when we meet, get more detail from you about
Oh, sure.
what that's about.
Sounds great. Okay, sounds good. And thank you for coming to the Mayor's Business Roundtable. It was really helpful to, be able to ideas on, the individuals that were there interested. And just wanted to see if there was a question. We'll open it up for public comment. Madam Clerk, are there any requests?
The only public comment we had was Mr. Jeffrey Davis. We have no other comments.
I think we have.
Oh, you're still here. Yep. Sorry. I didn't. Oh,
you did hand one in? No. Oh, okay, you didn't. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, you missed the beginning part. No, go ahead and speak. And just introduce yourself. It's late.
I apologize.
That's okay.
My name is Oscar Garcia. I'm the Senior Vice President of the California Hispanic Chambers of Commerce, and I'm also the Regional Director for the Small Business Development Center. And I've been working and canvassing West Sacramento. I'm a West Sacramento native, and I live here. And my best interest is in supporting small businesses. And for the last couple of months, we've been working with small businesses, trying to figure it out, something like what do you need to welcome the A's, and what can we do to assist you to manage, grow, and build your business to sustain this this amount of people. And a lot of the response is, what do I need to build that additional space, like a sidewalk, dining as well, building a patio, and expediting the permits and licenses. As we know, it's March is pretty soon, here in a few months. And we just want to work with the city of West Sacramento as well. We have worked with the city of West Sacramento before with the business accelerators in English and Spanish. And we know the culture, and just we want to be instrumental when it comes to sustain and support small businesses. So I'm here to answer any questions that you might have as well.
Thank you. I know you mentioned you did outreach to 200 businesses. I think people were surprised when they said 200.
Yes.
Can't be.
Yeah, well, we canvassed from the River Cat all the way to Merkley, around, and circle back. So we, everybody has concerns regarding any government assistance on this situation in the city. What can they help us with? As you know, money's been tight a little bit, and I'm just here to support the city and also support our small businesses.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah.
I just, we talked in the strategic planning sessions about how it is that we're advertising to the community, how we're investing our measure end dollars, so that people know where it's going. And as I was hearing our speaker, it just occurred to me, like, I would love to really make an advertisement to our community that we have the small business accelerator program, and it has helped us, with Treehouse Cafe, or it has, given us upgrades to Hebrews, things like that. Because ultimately, what would be the best case scenario is we'd have a restaurant guide that would also like say, hey, A's fans, you have Asian cuisine over here with I Love Teriyaki, or Teriyaki Madness, and Midway. But if you don't like that, you don't want French cuisine, you're going to Franquette. Or how about a great cold beer at Grape? But there's an interactive, like in a map or something that they have on their phone that'll tell them, look, this is all walkable distance, and this is what we as a city are doing to support our. So you brought that in my head, so thank you for your presentation. We have a lot of potential that we haven't yet.
Well, the city of West Sacramento is very diverse. And as for that, it is a great idea because we're only across the river, so, and with that entertainment zone, that's another thing that I'm working with the State Restaurant Association. And as a chamber, we advocate, we lobby at the state level. And given the fact that the governor had already signed on this thing, I would love to work with the city of West Sacramento to define and identify that entertainment zone. So we're here to help and to assist.
Great, thank you.
Thank you
for staying so late.
Thank you.
Oh. You, Megan, any closing remarks?
I guess just in closing, I have had conversations with Oscar about looping him into the program, and we do plan to do, as I had mentioned in the last presentation, kind of a launch program, not necessarily a lunch and learn, but some sort of a program that will through the chamber, and then also inviting Oscar and his folks to be there for everyone in this, anyone who's interested, not just chamber members, but as our economic development partners, we would look to them to help plan and execute that.
All right. And go ahead.
I'm assuming, but I don't want to just assume, and I could have sworn I heard a couple of my council members our last meeting say this, but you are also reaching out to other local chambers and including them as well.
I am.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yes.
But I would like the folks who also get paid to do it.
Not Sacramento, but the Asian.
All of them, yes, yes.
Yeah, and I actually spoke on
The
a
black.
panel at the, well, yeah, and that too. So I haven't done it in like a big survey of what all chambers would be involved, but I definitely plan to do outreach to the various chambers and let them know this program is available. I spoke on a panel at the Asian Chambers Internal Study Mission and talked about this program a few weeks ago. So I plan to continue to do that and happy to work with any chambers that want to work with us.
I appreciate that, and I think similar to in the way that folks who potentially have vandalism, we are connecting there, it'd be great. And I saw Denise raise her hand that rather than having our local chambers know that we're doing this, it'd be great to just proactively reach out to them. And it sounds like Denise has an idea of all of those that are at least are in this region that should be at the table. Yeah, awesome, great, thank you.
Other comments? We'll accept a motion to approve.
Can I move on this one?
Second. Councilmember Sulpicio Hall moved, and Councilmember Alcala seconded. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sulpicio Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Alcala.
Aye.
Councilmember Orozco. Mayor Pro Tem Early.
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero.
Aye. All right. Thank you so much, Megan. Looking forward to it. And next is the General Administration, Function Part 2. Do we have any reports from council assignment? Council calendar, is it?
No report.
City manager report?
Same, thank you.
City attorney?
Nothing to
Staff
report.
direction? Future agenda item requests? Council? None? We are now adjourned.
Thank you.
I'll go home.